Just shoot me some questions and get me going.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Like I said, Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me. I already know what it is. We back with another one of them things, man. Listen, we got ourselves a hell of a discussion tonight. And we're going to be surveying all around the NBA landscape, sports, everything. We got so much to talk about tonight involving LeBron James and obviously what's going on with the Charlotte Hornets. We all know we could discuss that for days, for hours, all day long. Today, the Charlotte Hornets did get their first Summer League victory on the back of Amari. We must get into everything tonight. It was a great game. The Charlotte Hornets young guys are just becoming of themselves. And they are taking the next steps. And I believe that, it's going to be a matter of time before we see this whole thing that the Hornets are doing come into fruition. All under Lamelo Ball, MB1 to 1 of 1. Make sure y'all stand up, man. It's about to go down right now. LeBron James changes his number back to 23 out of respect for Bill Russell. We got to break that down, too. You remember when the last time LeBron was wearing number 23, I think they walked away with a championship. Listen, it's about to go down. Salute to the Laker fans. Let's talk. I got my man All Access in the building. Dex, talk to the people. We live.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in these streets. Shout out to the panel as it reaches its premium peak. Shout out to the chat and all of its cacophony spewing out of the cracks and crevices of Flight Sports Block. And major big ups to everybody pulling up to Flight Sports TV. Listen, you got one job, and that job consists of a 3-step process. Number 1, hit that like button. Number 2, hit that subscribe button. Number 3, hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. And we all thank you, Flight. We appreciate the time that you put into the channel, the network that you do, and everything else that culminates for this personal invitation to a front row seat to witness this extravaganza. So salute to you, Flight, my brother. How you doing?
Man, that's good. I mean, everything good over here. Just cooling. Getting ready to talk some good basketball. It's a lot to talk about out here.
It's a good Saturday late night edition of Flight Sports TV, and basketball and the globe is what we have to offer for you today. Listen, Flight, LeBron James, LBJ, the king, the arguable GOAT, has clipped the headlines once again for some mediocre action that the press is making it a major deal. So somehow, with all of the summer league going on, and these youngsters out here jumping out the gym, making heroic shots, making a name for themselves as they begin or continue their arduous journey into the NBA to be a full-time employee of the machine. LeBron James reared his ugly head. I'm talking about Laker news. He wants to change from from 6 back to 23. Right.
That's right, Dax.
Do we have to?
Listen, we might have
Do,
to.
do we have to fight? Nevertheless, my young brother, LeBron James, he helped us win a championship in the 2020 decade. He broke it with the championship for the Los Angeles Lakers, going into the 21st century. 2020, LeBron James brought home a trophy for the Los Angeles Lakers, ushering in the new decade. Like, I enjoy that. I like it. But him with this number thing, like, because we know LeBron James been wearing 23 since high school, right? Saint Vincent, Saint Mary, the Irish. And we know why he wore 23. For the very same reason that there is a arctic debate about who's the GOAT. Before LeBron James got to notoriety, it really wasn't much of an argument of who the GOAT was. Is that correct?
And that's correct.
I mean, you had your Kareem, you had your Wilt, you had your Bill Russell, you had your Magic Johnson, you had your Larry Bird, but the mustard didn't quite stick to the hot dog. But this young kid out of Akron, not supposed to be here. He's not from Cleveland. He's not from Cincinnati. He's not even from Columbus, Ohio. Like, the man is from Akron. I mean, it's not even a basketball city. It's a football town. Akron, Ohio. That's a football town. But nevertheless, even right down the way from Akron, you got Kent, Ohio. And we all know what happened in Kent, Ohio. But we ain't going to go there. Back in the day, right? LeBron James made news because he wants to change his jersey. At one point, LeBron James wore 23 all the way up until 2009 or 2010. And when he became a Miami Heat, he didn't want to wear 23 anymore because they was dedicating that jersey or retiring that jersey to Michael Jordan. And this is what LeBron had to say. Paraphrasing. I'm paraphrasing right here. LeBron James basically said if it wasn't for Michael Jordan, there would be no LeBron James. There wouldn't be no Kobe Bryant. There wouldn't be no Dwayne Wade. So it's kind of awkward to wear 23 because Michael Jordan should be the logo. This is coming out of LeBron James' mouth. Michael Jordan should be the logo, but since he's not, something should happen. We should not wear number 23 ever again. And reverence and awe and reverence to Michael Jordan, like Jesus. Then he gets number 6. Go on to fulfill his contractual obligations in a Miami Heat uniform. He leaves, go back to Cleveland, and he picks up 23 again. Wait a minute, LeBron, you just said that no one should wear 23 again. But since he's coming home, I'm coming home. He picks up 23 again, Flight. Falls the fuck out and wins a chip. I'm talking about a super chipper. One of the greatest chippers of all time. Beating the unmistakably powerhouse Golden State Warriors. Coming back from 3-1 and number 23. He fulfills his contractual obligations in Cleveland in his second tour of duty. And he become a Los Angeles Laker at 12:01 a.m. LeBron James officially, as Magic Johnson was his witness, signed his John Doe on the dotted line. And he became a Laker. And he wore 23. He had a terrific season. He took those deplorable Lakers, although they was fun to watch. Oh, indeed, they was fun to watch. The Lonzo Ball, the Brandon Ingram, the Josh Hart, the Alex Caruso, the Brook Lopez's, Julius Randle, the man-child. This one, Juju, was a junior. Oh, were they fun to watch. Clarkson, Larry Nash Jr. Should I continue with the name? With the name, should I continue? Thomas Bryant, Zubac, Mikhailuk, Franz Wagner. No, not Franz, Mo Wagner. Should I continue with all those fabulous young draftees that Magic Johnson, a great talent evaluator, picked and then eventually trade off? Don't forget they had the tall point guard, the 6'9" point guard, the African. I just cannot think of his name right now. I think did he go to Milwaukee? He went somewhere, but he didn't really make much of himself. But Magic still drafted him. And LeBron James came, swooned the Laker fan base to some extent. Some hated him, some appreciated him, some loved him. And he wore 23. Then LeBron James had an epiphany. He was like, wait a minute. I know that when we were healthy, talking about the Lakers, when they were healthy, they were the number 4 seed with all of the children. Grandpa LeBron James and those children was a number 4 seed. Lonzo Ball and LeBron James made history in a Laker uniform, being the first pair to net a triple-double in the same game. So we thought the Lakers was off and running. Nope. He traded him and then promised Anthony Davis he would give him number 23. It didn't happen based on the timing or the mistiming of the trade. Anthony Davis could not get into number 23 based on league rules. So he had to wait. So LeBron James kept the 23 for 4 more years. Then he changed over to 6. Now, Flight, are you there, my brother?
Yeah, I'm here. So you just
LeBron James changed over to number 6. That gave me, you know what that gave me? Not Eddie Jones. Not Eddie Jones. That gave me Chucky Brown vibes. What the hell you doing in number 6, LeBron James? You giving me Chucky Brown vibes. Jelani McCoy vibes. Get the hell out of number 6 and get back into number 23. What the hell is wrong with you? How dare you? So wait a minute. You don't want 23 because of Michael Jordan. Then you got back 23 when you went back to Cleveland because you felt some kind of way. Then you continue to wear it as a Laker because you felt some kind of way, and now you want six. So are you doing the 824 thing with the 623 thing? Come on, LeBron. Get the hell out of number six, giving me these Chucky Brown vibes. This Jelani McCoy vibes. You don't belong in number six. That is reserved for Eddie Jones and Eddie Jones only. You better get your bald head self back in number 23. I understand you felt that at one point in your career that nobody should wear 23 because since the NBA didn't want Jordan to be the logo or didn't give Jordan the logo, you felt some kind of way. So you wanted to rip everybody from 23 and allow that number to be banned or retired forever. But yet you keep crawling your George Jefferson looking ass back into 23. Make up your mind, LeBron. I love you in 23, LeBron. I have a 23 jersey myself. How dare you change your number? But outside of my damn jersey. Six
Is it?
is reserved. I'm sorry, Flight.
No, you good.
Six
I was
is
just gonna talk
reserved for
about LeBron. You
Eddie
sure?
Jones. Six is reserved for Eddie Jones and Eddie Jones only. Anybody else wearing number six in a Laker uniform gives me Chucky Brown vibes. Give me Jelani McCoy vibes. No, don't do it. Like,
Yeah, I mean LeBron James, obviously that number six. We seen it first in the Olympics. That's when we first seen it, and then he took it on, and like I said, he been wearing it ever since. What was it, Miami? And like I said, he had six, Wade had three, Bosh had one, and they was just rolling. Then you seen the number go back to 23 in Cleveland. Just a lot of stuff. He was supposed to have gifted that number to Anthony Davis. I don't know exactly what happened. There was so many issues with that number, but it is what it is at the end of the day. He needs to just, like I said, I guess this is gonna be the number he's gonna ride off in the sunsets with. He started with this number, might as well finish it. I got my man DJ Gemini in the building, 504. Shout out to the NO. You already know what it is. What's your thoughts on LeBron James going back to number 23? He's abandoning number six. Definitely give us your thoughts when you get a moment.
Well, I mean, honestly, first of all, good evening, everybody. Sorry, I was getting some delusional Lakers fans together, and I
Wow.
had to get them together. But out of respect for Bill, I mean, I could definitely agree with that sentiment. But the number six means something to LeBron and his kids. That was the whole reason why he picked number six. That was the whole reason for the change of the number.
stop right there, Gemini. Stop
So
right there. So, Gemini, hold on. Don't gloss over that because we need some filler. We need some substance. Give us the
okay,
breakdown on the number six and how it relates to his kids.
he is the month and date that they was born. The day for one child is the day of the week one was born, and the other one is the month that they was born in. So it is it adds up when you look at the sixth date, then the 6th month. That was why he went with six.
Thank you. We appreciate that. So go ahead. You can go ahead and cook.
Okay, so now out of respect for Bill, because he does have a lot of respect for Bill, and as far as putting it back down, that's only out of respect. But the Cleveland owner did not want him in another number when he came back to Cleveland. He wouldn't allow him to pick up another number. So that was kind of a non written agreement that they agreed to.
So I think this is probably gonna start with the NBA moving forward or just retiring the number. Period. Don't you think?
Yes, Miami, the Miami owner did not retire the number 23. That was Pat that retired the number 23 as far as anybody being able to wear it. So that was one unspoken rule when he decided to go to Miami. So overall, it was is actually certain organizations are trying to retire all their Hall of Fame numbers, but for some reason the NBA has not totally agreed with it yet. And that's where the unspoken rule come from. Cause that year that Pat did that, all the organizations were supposed to be agreeing to retire only their Hall of Fame numbers. So if you had a gold jacket, just say
He
at
he
number
retired Jordan
14,
number in Miami.
well 23 was going to be NBA wide, but it was going to be only for Hall of Famers at organizations. Now there's we all know it was two organizations that was going to have a big problem, and that was going to be the Lakers and Boston, and they was going to run out of numbers. So that was one of the reasons why they did not agree to that across the board. Boston wasn't going to have no more numbers, and the Lakers wasn't going to have no more numbers as far as Hall of Famers.
Right. Man, like I said, I did notice that back in the days with Pat doing that. I didn't know the story behind it, but I think eventually it do need to come to that. Like certain stars don't need to have their jerseys retired. Like even for instance, like now if Damian Lillard leaves, does Scoot Henderson go to zero and you totally forget about everything Dame left there? I mean, like these are the things that I just feel like they could even adjust present day. I think depending on the star you are, need to be with some kind of respect level. What you meant. I mean, just something. What you think about that?
Well, that's the main reason why they was only doing it for Hall of Famers. They wasn't doing it for just because you came to the organization and you made, yes, say 3, 4 All-Star games. They wasn't doing it because of that. You had to have a gold jacket within that organization. So, but when, but once again, they ran into the problem. The Lakers and Boston, especially with Boston, was going to have a problem because they have so many Hall of Famers. Now, as far as Philly always wanted to retire Dr. J. Wanted that number retired across the NBA. Elgin Baylor wanted they wanted that retired across the NBA. David West, the logo, they wanted that retired across the NBA. That's when they started running into problems because then we would be running out of numbers. So it was shelved by the body with the players association and with the owners. It was shelved and they never revisited, if that kind of makes sense.
No, yeah, it make a lot of sense. There's a
But
lot going on. Is
so
this
so
good?
so literally with Bill Russell, we all have to acknowledge that the NBA even respected him by naming a trophy after him. They didn't even have to go that far. So the NBA has went surpassed what they normally do for Hall of Famers as far as showing respect to him. So actually, he is the first one that is across the NBA where the number is actually going to be retired. But they tried to do it back in the day with the number 23.
Yeah, you're right about that. I think that number's probably gonna follow next. They might move forward with it. It is what it is. Certain numbers just shouldn't be touched. But
But
Bill
but
Russell, I think, like I
mhm.
said, they already had the patch already on the jerseys. So I mean, it's crazy. It says we had two number 6 retired RP. Salute to Chef Jordan Ramsey. You already know what it is. It, it is what it. Do you think this is gonna affect the championship? Chances. Does LeBron go to another level with the number change? He always has these different things to get him motivated. Is this something that he can take to take his game up?
I mean, personally, I'm happy he finally had the foot surgery that he was supposed to have 2.5 years ago. It's reports that he finally had it, so I'm ecstatic about that part. Now, the depth of the team and everything, what they finally built around him, he's missing two positions, and with those two positions, I just hope Palinka does right and stop going against whatever decision Magic was doing in best light of the organization. Cause he does want to stand on his own name. And I understand that's why Palinka was doing that. But he didn't understand the hindrance that he was also doing to the organization at the same time. So as far as motivation at this point, they gave him motivation by giving him depth finally, 1 through 3. Or should I say between point guard and small forward. Now we need a center and a third center and a third power forward, and we Gucci, because we could beat you by defense by committee now.
No, you're right about that. It's crazy because I thought AD was gonna get 23, and that would have been weird. What if that would have happened? What if AD was wearing number 23, and LeBron? We think he would have tried this. He would have been so forthcoming with this. How would they have done this?
I 9 times out of 10, out of respect for LeBron, that AD definitely have, he probably just would have gave him the number back and asked him to pay the filing fee, which is only like about 25,000. So that wouldn't have been a problem at all. If I remember correctly, the filing fee is like 25,000 if they file late. But if they file early, I think it's just like 5,000. It's not much at all. And for NBA players, for stars, that's like a drop in the bucket. So AD would have gave him back the number. I don't see no hostility between the both of them.
No, I don't think it was no hostility. I just think it would have been kind of a weird situation. But you're right. Maybe AD would have switched it. They would have figured it out. Because there's no other number that LeBron would have wore, right? I
Right.
mean, he would have had to come up with a whole new number.
And then at that point, AD has more numbers because remember, AD, until he hit his growth spurt, he was playing point guard. So AD played with more numbers on his back than LeBron has throughout his whole career. I'm talking about from high school
LeBron,
on up.
I can see LeBron going to number 0, like Brownie.
Mm, I don't think he would have did that because he really, in his mindset, he wants to play with his son and not against his son. But just like he stated, his son may not want to play with him, so at least he wants to be on the court playing against him, which would be history that would never be reduplicated again.
Yeah, I want to know how would that be, like What's gonna happen next year with the draft and everything like that? Do the Lakers just grab him? How does this work? Because what if he gets picked by a team? What does that do about LeBron? How serious is he about this?
I
And
mean,
where does that leave the Lakers?
he can do what Reeves did. Reeves just did it in the new power forward for the Lakers just did it. The guy out of Florida from the Florida Gators. They both put their name in for the draft, but they literally went undrafted and walked directly into the Lakers organization. So Bronny could do that if he wants to be a Laker. But he also has to understand that does bring a lot of pressure too.
I don't think he's gonna go forward. I mean, he's projected to be a draft pick.
I
You
mean,
think he? You think he would go to all that extra mile?
I mean, to create less headaches for his father if they're going to play together, yes, because right now LeBron is still under contract for 2 seasons, so that's this season and next season. So
Yeah.
he's still under contract for two, and he just want to play with Bronny for one.
Okay, I thought he wanted to play with him as soon as he got in the league.
Yeah, right, but he only wants to play for one. So if Bronny goes through the draft, that would have to be a trade. And if Bronny do the same thing Reeves and the guy from Florida just did, both of them walked into the Lakers because they got the same agent. Both of them, Reeves was projected to get drafted by Detroit, but he did not want to play in Detroit. He decided that he wanted to be a Laker. So he still put his name in the hat, but took his name off the draft board and walked directly into the Lakers. The power forward now just did the same thing. Bronny can do the same thing, unless if he wants to hear his name called and LeBron and him wants to be on the same team, it has to be a trade.
Yeah, I remember when Miami when they was trying to hold on to LeBron James, but the Lakers seem like they're on the up and ups. So this is it would be kind of weird to see LeBron leave. It'd be more ideal if the Lakers could like trade up to get him. Like I remember when Miami thought that LeBron was leaving, and it was this kid named Shabazz Napier, and he was good at UConn, and he wasn't even. I don't even know. He had a hell of a college career, and I remember the Miami Heat traded up to get him, thinking that was going to help the chances of keeping him around. He still ended up leaving, but could you see the Lakers doing something like that, trading up to get Bronny so they could just cut all the confusion? Because you got to think about it. Bronny would fit in good with the young core going on with the Lakers. They have a good veteran bunch led by LeBron, AD, but there is a brewing young core looking like it's starting to get bubbling out there. Led by Austin Reeves, Rui, and some of these other guys, and even the other people they bringing in like Reddish and Jackson Hayes. It'll be good to see Brownie going with that young core. Even the pick they just got, Christie. So it would be nice to see if the Lakers could do something like that. What do you think?
Well, right now we have Hodge. We
Shout out
have
Basil.
with us having Hodge, Hood, Lewis. Um, we and somewhere in there technically we still got Scottie Pippen Jr. So as far as development for the future, now we have that 1 through 3, but we didn't have that before. Well, we did have that with Cole, but Cole don't want to concentrate on his defense, but his jumper is wet most of the time. So if he ever works on some part of defense, he will be nasty and a monster. But as far as offensive wise, he's there. Eh, So 1 through 3, technically, we have what we need in development for the future. But once again, 4 through 5 is where the main concern is. We with Castleton, that I don't know why I couldn't call his name a second ago. With Castleton, he can slide in right now into the power forward position, and he can be a stretch four, but we do not have a five. I think it was illogical of us to really let Mobamba go and not have a replacement. Hayes was a good pickup, but Hayes has to work on his defensive IQ so he can stop those ticky tacky fouls. So when you talk about the future, Bronny can fit into the future with what we have with Hodge, Scottie Pippen Jr., Hood, Lewis, and Cole. So right now, 1 through 3, Bronny can still fit within that future because right now Cam is somewhat of a project, but not as much of a project as people think. Max is a project, but he has to bring consistency with his game within the second season. Because really, last season he should have been in the G League, but we did not have a two-way slot for him to fit in. We already exercised that on another player, so that's the only reason why he wasn't on the G League team.
Yeah, good call on that. Dex, what you think about Bronny fitting in with the Lakers' young core?
Man, that would be exciting to have Bronny as a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. I mean, he is fit to be in purple and gold. Excuse me. One thing about Bronny has the flair. Bronny has the equanimity. Um, Bronny has the ability to concentrate on a specific task. So he would be a great addition to the Los Angeles Lakers. But he wouldn't be a standout. At least I don't see it right now. Maybe that year at UCLA, maybe have some growth and development. Maybe he be nourished the right way. So he has the potential to be a standout, but I think he will amalgamate perfectly with that young core, with the Matt Christie, with the Scottie Pippen Juniors, and those other players that DJ Gemini named as well. But Lakers do not go too deep into their farm. If you don't make yourself known or raise your ugly head to the forefront, the Lakers is not looking too deep to hatch too many eggs out of there. The Lakers always looking big. And so if they don't have a homegrown big, then they're gonna look elsewhere to retrieve that kind of big. When I mean big, not big man, but big name. That's the big I mean. That's Hollywood talk. Looking for that big. So we will see how things will unfurl as the season gets unlocked and proceed. We will see what the college ledger does going forward, and all eyes will be on on Bronny at USC, and we'll see what happens after that. But I believe Bronny is really made to be in purple and gold because he has that flair. I don't think the big lights bother him, and he wants to be great. And so he will embark on a mission to greatness based on the legacy of his dad. Because he don't want to be always known as LeBron's son. He want to be known as Bronny James, cementing his own legacy. And why not start in purple and gold?
I don't have a problem with him being a Laker. I just don't want him to get caught up within what we finally just was able to package up together. We have Max from last draft. We have Hodge from this draft. We have Lewis from this draft. We still have Cole until we either call him up and put him within a trade or just keep him on the G League. Right now, we still have Cole. So I do not want him to get caught up because at this point he's 6'4". We have Vincent, we have D'Lo, and we have Hood. And Reeves is already running our backup point guard position. Even though yes, we do have LeBron James, one of the ultimate point guards that can be there. So we could always like give the ball to LeBron as far as bringing it up and making decisions. But as far as point guards, we have three right there. As far as shooting guards, right now, we have three, and we have one already in Hodge, and Hodge is looking like a baby KCP. If you really look at the tape and the way he produced, and he's tenacious on defense. So I just don't want Bronny to get caught up within that mix and a fumble happen. That's a, that's my only thought on that.
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying. If you put on a legitimate GM hat, that's the way to observe what you just analytically broke down. But the Lakers is a little different. They don't operate with the norm. They don't operate with the orthodox. The Los Angeles Lakers operate unorthodox when it comes to big names. And so those guys that you said, they're good players, but they're not Bronny James. People will not pay $1,500 to sit in midsection to watch those guys. But they damn will pay $1,500 to sit in the midsection to watch Bronny James as a Los Angeles Lakers playing with his dad. So what the Lakers are doing now, Jim and I, they're
Mm.
going to position themselves to be able to pull off a trade come draft to secure the talents of Bronny James. Watch and see. What they're doing, they're maneuvering. And listen, the trade might not be popular. Some of the players might be included in that trade, might not be popular. But they're going to damn well do what they can to get that young man in a Laker uniform. And this is
Well,
why I'm saying what I'm saying. Because Bronny James broke the link to Akron royalty. Bronny
no,
James broke the link to Akron royalty by saying to his mom, I want to go to school in California. And his mom, as beautiful as Savannah is, whispered in LeBron James' ear and said, baby, I'm going to do this favor for you. And when I'm done, you're going to do this favor for me. And when it was
well,
all said and done, she said, I want my son to go to school in California. Make it happen.
well, that part I agree with you on, and but that's why I also gave the option what Reeves did. Reeves did it the easiest way. He put his name in the hat, but he also made it to where no one can call his name, and he walked directly into the Lakers to make it easier on the organization. Because once again, he should have been drafted by Detroit. That is where he was projected to go.
But
He was
Austin,
not supposed to be a Laker at all.
but Austin Reed, the University of Oklahoma standout, is not Bronny James.
No, no, I did what you're saying. I'm saying to make it easy on the organization and himself, he can do it that way.
I don't
Because
even think the league. I don't think the league will appreciate that because then it's going to see it's rigged. Even though it's right, it's fair, it's legal, it's within the rules, but I think it will cause too much controversy, and the kerfuffle that will follow that will just be miserable. So I think the league would encourage Bronny to go through the proper channels to become an NBA player, and the Lakers would just have to trade for his rights. I don't think the NBA want Bronny to do no skullduggery like that.
Mm, I I humbly disagree. I would do it the way Reeves did it to make it easy on the organization. Because right now the treasure chest is not that deep when it comes to draft picks. So I would make it easy on my organization that I want to go to and just walk in the doggone door.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I probably would do the same. But I just think it's too much fanfare and celebrity surrounding Bronny James coming into the NBA. I think I would be a terrible sore eye for him to circumvent the draft just to get to the Los Angeles Lakers and play with his dad.
And
Because
hey,
because King, cause King Griffey Jr. didn't do that. He went to, he got drafted by the Seattle Mariners.
yeah, but his dad was a manager at that point. That's different. His dad was a manager at that point. I
But
mean,
they played together in the game. They
right,
both
but
played together in the field.
I dig that,
All
but
of
that's
them.
baseball. I dig that, but that's baseball. This basketball, and and I'm only keeping up with basketball. Basketball, if I could easily make it easier for my organization that I want to be at, and then also I don't have to worry about buying a new house because I already have my own house here. I'm gonna walk in that way. I ain't worried about the NBA. I don't
And
have to buy another house.
we'll see
So
how it go and what decisions that he makes when it gets to that point. But I just think the NBA will encourage him to go through the proper channels, to the proper portal, and don't try to circumvent because then you're going to have a litany of players that try to do that, and it will basically undermine the draft process.
well, the only reason why a lot of players have not done that, honestly, is because a lot of them really need development, so they need an organization to take them on. And rather than most, they don't have a dad that has money like this, where he can really move around like the way he want to move around.
Right. Yeah. I mean, what you're saying is not wrong, but I just feel the NBA want they want to have a proper presentation for Ronnie when he gets into the NBA. They don't want him, you know, sewer ratting around and getting picked up through the back channels of the NBA. They want this to be a celebration. They want this to be celebrity. They want this to be a bonanza when Bronny comes into the league.
I dig that part. I I honestly dig what you're saying. Just like what Thunder is saying. They like the NBA make it to where it'll definitely be at a rivalry, like the Warriors or the Celtics. I dig what Thunder's saying because that's typically what the NBA would do, and I could see that Thunder. I could definitely see that. But I know if I specifically want to play for a certain team and I want to make it easier for them, I mean, I'm I'm gonna make sure the math is mathing at the end of
Wait,
the
wait,
day.
wait, 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 wait. Hold on one second, Gemini. Remember you said about the Bradley Beal deal, right? I
Uh huh.
think what was the Bradley Beal deal? That it shouldn't have went down like that, but the NBA facilitated it.
No, I was talking about the Bazingas
Oh
Smart
yeah, that one. Right. Yeah.
That
Memphis. The Memphis boy.
and then the Collins trade. Those two trades, you can tell the NBA had they thumb on the scale. You can
Okay.
tell.
Okay. Now, saying that, you don't think the NBA might have their thumb on the scale with the entrance of Bronny James?
I would have to see how the next draft is totally set up.
Got you.
Because, like, prime example, we all knew about Vic for 2 years. Well, for us who really track basketball, we knew about Vic for 2 years, but we we only knew that he was associated with Tony Parker. We didn't know that he actually played on a man team until it came out this past year. But we knew about him for 2 years now. So if you look at it that way, yes, we knew 9 times out of 10 this man was going to San Antonio
Right.
because then the NBA could have easily said tampering with the whole Tony
Right.
Parker situation. So in order to
But
make
how can it be
sure,
tampering? How can it be tampering? Tony Parker's not no longer associated with the NBA.
man, because a hit dog will holler in the next organization just because they didn't get him or they got him and he's on the phone more with Tony Parker than listening to their coaches, they will call it tampering.
Okay.
And that's all because they're friends. You dig what I'm saying? But they would
Right.
just
Right.
flat out say tampering. They, they, they're stunning his growth. Tony is stunning his growth. And this is all because the San Antonio Spurs wants him so bad. But we drafted him.
Right.
I'm
So what's going on with the Joey?
so I can see that. So to make sure to keep it clean, I'm just saying to keep it clean and across the board, they made sure what the Spurs had the number one draft pick because the Spurs wasn't supposed to have the number one draft pick by
Uh huh.
percentage wise, by percentage, by percentage. They wasn't supposed to have the number one draft pick.
We know that
Yo.
shit was rigged. We know that shit was
Right.
rigged.
Right. Right. We know there's a hidden hand in that one.
Right.
Joey,
So
Charlotte Hornet. Excuse me, Gemini. Let me give Joey some burn.
What's up? What's
uh huh.
up, salute for
Joey,
life?
the
Salute.
Charlotte Hornets finally won a summer league game.
Yeah,
Joey, explain how the Charlotte Hornets, as abysmal as they are sitting players down or shutting players down in summer league like they're undefeated or something.
that's what I'm saying. Well, honestly, it's crazy they even won because that's a bad look on everybody that was starting, man. Nick Smith played too. I don't know because I didn't watch the game.
Yeah, they got drugged. They got drugged by Toronto.
Yeah,
I'm
honestly,
trying to figure out every
well,
time somebody score over 20 for the Charlotte Hornets, they shutting their ass down like they really doing something.
but look, it's because Book Night, and Ty Jones they still on their rookie contract. Dex, you know that's cheap money for the dollar.
What about Nick Smith Jr.? What the hell he doing being shut down?
Yo,
He had
see, I'm
one
scared about
30-point
him.
game and they shutting him down.
I'm scared about
Stop
him
it.
because I think he might go to the G League and it's gonna upset a lot of people in the French in the fan base because he didn't take no pictures with the regular
Listen,
Hornet jersey.
Charlotte makes me want to take my middle finger and shove it down my throat and barf whatever food that I had down.
Wait, wait. So if Nick Smith go to the G League, you're done.
I think he's gonna take a roster spot from somebody. You're
Nah,
saying
but
G League. I think he's gonna take a roster
no,
spot from
because
somebody.
Gemini they shut down Book Night. Book Night is in a prove it year. You know that, right? He got to get paid this year, next
I
year.
notice what I just said. I have no faith in Book Night. I told y'all that already. So I think Smith is going to have a roster spot. Me personally, and the thing about it is, I've only been looking into Charlotte because you all follow Charlotte so much, so so that I don't get lost within the conversations with you all. I've done my due diligence to stay on top of their roster and everything,
And
and
bless
no,
your heart, Gemini, for following Charlotte so diligently. Bless your heart.
cause I could tell you now, they drafted replacements. They didn't draft them guys just to draft them. They even drafted one that came off of an injury. So what does that tell you? Even with that man being injured, and they know that he's coming off an injury, they still say you're better than what we have already. Come over here.
But that's what I'm saying. He could be sent to the G League, and that shit
But
will.
you got me worried about Book Night, and notice that.
Gemini, you're not understanding what we're saying. The
Okay.
Charlotte Hornets, for crying out loud, listen to this. The Charlotte Hornets have the audacity to shut down players. Do
They should
do
have
you
never shut
understand what
down.
that means?
They should have never shut down Kai Jones and Book Knight. I don't know why they
You
shut
know
those.
what I'm saying? Where they get this from, Gemini?
Book Night
Shut
didn't prove
down
enough to
players?
me, so I would
Thank
I would
you.
have shut him down to get to give more
To get rid
run
of
to
them?
another to another player. Give more time to another player because he didn't show me nothing. But yeah, from what he
Put up
showed in that
28.
first
He put up
game,
28. He put up 28.
from what he showed in that first game to the rest of those games, I'll be honest. I would have had him so far down on the bench, you would have honestly started calling him street clothes.
You bugging. He played better with Lamelo. When Lamelo was with him on the floor, he was playing decent. He was catching, shooting, playing
Man,
defense.
cut it out. Lamelo is not playing summer league though, so I cannot worry about Lamelo on the summer league team. And no, Joey, don't do that.
And
Joey, don't
he's
do
and
that.
there's no point
Please don't
guard
do that,
Gemini on
Joey.
that team. There's no point guard on that team. Let's be real.
Those are guards, bruh. You can't tell me a shooting guard cannot give in
What?
spurts
Oh,
of.
hold on, guys,
Devin Booker didn't
guys,
know how
hold
to
on.
switch.
Breaking news in the NBA landscape. The Charlotte Hornets is shutting down Amari Bailey. They're shutting him down.
Wow,
They done though, right? Aren't they done? Don't tell me they have another game. No way they
wow,
have another game. They're done.
wow,
Dex is trolling.
wow.
Dex is trolling.
Uh, uh, but Joey, all I'm saying is this: a shooting guard should have the wherewithal and the basketball IQ to to give you point guard abilities at least in spurts, at least in 4 minute spurts. I'm not saying he should be able to do it for longer than 5 minute spurts. But if you telling me Charlotte has only drafted people who are able to build a project with their shots, and that's all they're able to do, that means they have been drafting the wrong players.
No. Coming out, Book Knight was worth that 11 pick. I don't know what people was talking about. He carried UConn on his back.
No, I'm talking about what he has showed in his third season because he damn sure haven't showed that he's
This
a
season
leader.
just started. This is his third season. It just started.
In summer league, Joey,
It
Mr.
just
Joey,
started.
Mr. Joey, this is his third season in summer league, and he did not show no leadership. He did not like take the ball and say, "Team, get on my back." He did not do that. Heck, the dude with the colorful hair played harder than he did.
Man, that guy's a bum, bro.
You
Stop it,
saying he's a bum, but he played harder than Book Knight
bro.
did.
I'm sorry. He has to look with Book Knight. It's on him as well. I can't make it seem like it's not on him. But some of the blame goes to the organization and how they handle his situation. As an 11 pick coming in, he's an 11th pick. He's supposed to get minutes. They was playing around with his minutes, bro, when he first got there, bro.
Bruh, I'm
Not
I'm
right, bro.
I'm
And they suck.
Joey, I'm gonna give you half of that argument. I'm I'm gonna give you 50%. Here's why I'm gonna give you 50%. And then I'm gonna give you the pushback afterwards. The first part of that, you and no panic said that young man is a shooting guard, right?
Yes.
Okay. Y'all say he a shooting guard, but he shoots and start building a project with his shot. Okay, so that's y'all 50%. Now, here's my pushback. They tried to move him because his doggone shot is not hitting. So they tried to help him by trying to turn him into a point guard. Now I see what a frame of thought was at the point of that time frame. Say, bro, your shot not hitting, so yes, kind of make you into a tall point guard. This way we know you'll be able to make the roster. Okay, he said no, I'm gonna continue to shoot and continue to miss, and y'all just gonna deal with it. Cause I'm not a point guard and I don't want to be. So that means he doesn't want a roster spot.
Did you hold up? Hold up. Did you see what LeVar said about Book Night? Like after he, like I'm not saying you have to go for what
I'm
he
not
said,
going off of
cause,
what
cause,
nobody
cause,
else is saying,
'cause I
Joey. I'm
assessed it
going off
myself.
of what I'm seeing. I'm going
But
off of what
hold
I'm
on. Let me address
seeing.
Thunder. Let me address Thunder. Thunder
Okay.
With Book Night Thunder. I know it's different with Miller, but with Book Night, he's dealing with more than just the basketball court itself, bro. Is in his head. He's in his head right now. You could tell he's second guess everything he do on the court, bro.
Okay. And
That
you
shit. That
it
shit.
so okay, so hold on. Just, just stick to that point right there. What you just said, Mr. Joey. When you're bringing up Book Night and you want me to have confidence in him and he don't have confidence in himself, so we try to give him extra time of saying, look, this way we know you gonna make it. Start learning how to be a point guard. And yes, you can be a scoring point guard because you got a prime example of that of Terry Rozier. So you can be a scoring point, but you have to develop
He,
your skills because your
he's
shot
not.
is
He's not a
trash
point
right
guard, bro.
now.
He's not a point guard. He never even been a point guard when he came out of
O-
college. So why are you gonna?
Okay, but
Hold on,
Joey,
hold on. He was supposed to take over Terry's position, but James Borrego and his antics messed that all up. And I'm gonna say it's on him too as well, because James Booknight made some bad decisions.
I
You know all
that's
of
what
it.
I wanted you to point out. Keep going.
He made some bad decisions. He made a lot of bad decisions that impacted that. And so when you're dealing with it on and off the court, you feel me? But I don't think they're gonna get rid of him. That's what I'm saying. My argument is I don't think they're gonna get rid of him because they could pay him for the cheap and make him come off the
No,
bench.
I think they're gonna keep him in the G League, but I think Smith gonna take his spot. That's
You
what
think
I'm
he's going
saying,
back to the
sir.
G League? No, no,
I
no.
think he's going back to the G League. I think he's going right back to the G League. Smith gonna take his spot, and then Joey, you gonna be crying at the beginning of the season, trying to figure out why is he still on the G League, and I'm honestly telling you why he's on the G League. He
But I'm
has no
telling you,
confidence in his shot. When he does shoot, he's building a project, a high top, a skyscraper, and Charlotte is going to have a whole bunch of new buildings around the city with depending upon his shot.
but I'm saying I think they're gonna set Nick Smith first though because he's fresh. You feel me? So they have to see what book they got in book night so they can either trade him or re up on him. You understand? You got to remember that's how the shit
Joey,
really works
Joey,
down.
let me help you out with something that I don't think you know. There's three people within that organization that are friends right now. Two of them was drafted together, and one of them just signed 260 mil. So all three of them are friends. So who you think gonna make the team first? Joey. I don't want to hear crickets now, Joey, because it's Miller, Smith, and Lamelo who are all friends. Well, Smith is friends with Miller, and Miller is friends with Lamelo. So who you think gonna get a roster spot first, Joey? Just with knowing that information, Joey, don't give me crickets now. Joey, don't give me crickets now. I want you in this conversation, Joey.
Joey done disappeared. His phone dropped. He's on that Biden plan, and we
Well,
already know how Biden falls every now and then.
I'm gonna hit him with this last point.
But Purple
Also,
Baby is in the building
I'm
officially.
and I'm glad Purple here. I just want to say one last point, and Purple, you got the flow, baby. Miller and Smith also played um in Bradley's Bill tournament, and they was teammates. That's where they camaraderie started, and now they're on the same organization. And Joey want me to have faith in Bud Knight. Okay, Purple, you got it.
Oh, awesome. 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 Interesting, but awesome.
Am I wrong, Purple? If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong, please.
I mean, I don't. At the end of the day, it seems like they took uh, a kid because I keep reminding y'all, James Booknight was supposed to be taken in the top. So there's that.
Wait. Start over, because at first when you started talking, you went low for a sec.
Oh, I was just saying that we're talking about a young man in James Booknight that was supposed to go top five in this draft class. He was slated to join, the Golden State Warriors, and all of a sudden, he fell all the way down to Charlotte at 11. I would remind you that a guy like Mitch Kupchak said that they didn't expect a guy like James Booknight to be there. So it was something. I don't think it's necessarily something that they found. Maybe it was something that I think like the NFL, they do psychological tests and stuff like that just to see where your head and stuff is, and it might have been something that alarmed the 10 other teams in front of Charlotte to say, nah, this ain't what we want or this ain't what we need and stuff like that.
Well, I'll 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 give you that, but I'll raise you one because he he put one foot in his own NBA casket with the antics. And that's why I was bringing up when I talked about him earlier with you all. I see he thinks swag is game, and that's not what game is. Game is game. Swag is swag. But he thinks swag is game. And that's his overall problem. What my eye test is showing me with him. I do not see the confidence when he takes a shot. I see like he's trying to work it out amongst himself. Like, is this a good shot as he's taking the shot rather than, oh, I'm about to bang this
Hmm.
type situation. He and then also I see the pressure that the organization is putting on all the guards. Everyone else was trying to put it all on Miller. I disagreed with that point. So if you notice, I would when y'all would talk about Miller, I stayed quiet because the the pressure is on y'all guards more than anything. So the guards are fighting for roster spots. So yes, I'm looking off somebody who I know about to have a roster spot because I'm trying to make sure I have a roster spot. So that's where a lot of the problems originated through with Charlotte. On top of y'all needing front court. Now, a lot of front court that y'all should be looking at, just like the Lakers should be looking at, is Utah Jazz. Utah Jazz then stocked up front court players that they cannot call up because they don't have the slots for them right now. So y'all need to be looking at who who Utah cannot call up. And I mean they have some decent front court people.
But see, speaking of the front court, we running into a problem. Well, it's not we. Charlotte is running into an issue with PJ too, and it's just
PJ
like
won 20. He said that he won 20. That was the
know what
last
he said,
report I got on him.
and you see how that's worked out. He's not gonna get it, and it's just like okay, you got people panicking on that front, and as I said, like book night unfortunately has no value. Like, and it doesn't help with what he's been going through, off the court and stuff like that. That doesn't help at all. So you have to hope when you come into this season, if book night is the odd man out of all those guards, that you got to make somebody look valuable, one or two guys to look valuable in order for the next team to take them. Because we always talk about buyouts. I don't care how much money we think these guys is making or what they're making. The teams have to pay for the salary, for the salary, and they get hit with that.
Right.
Yeah, so we can't be just like, oh, they can buy them out. For instance, look at Charlotte when they bought out Batum and how much it hurt them their books. And even though that was a lot of cash, and book night not making close to that, cash is cash, and it's gonna hit like it hits. That's money that they cannot use. That's on their books that's left over. And as of right now, as far as releasing book night, that's a terrible idea because that's 3 years worth of money, and I don't know how much of it is guaranteed. I forgot, but a lot of his contract is still guaranteed. I don't know how much more, but I know he got guaranteed money.
No, no, I didn't say release him. I say he's going to be in the G League. That's
Oh,
that.
absolutely, he'll be because I believe they said was it Amari Bailey got a two-way contract or yeah, I think it's Bailey that got a two-way contract. I think it's Bailey. So he'll be in Girl, and he'll be
Yeah,
a part of the Charlotte roster.
right. So I mean but that was what I was trying to tell Joey that oh boy literally going to wind up in the G League and then won't be able to complain because why? He kept himself there. He kept himself there. Third season of summer league, and you didn't like you didn't take on a leadership role. You didn't take on even if you didn't do it in points. And I'll say it like this: even if you didn't do it on the stat sheet, you didn't do it on the court. You didn't like put put that leadership hat on. You didn't do that. So with not doing that, you the step forward everybody wanted you to take. To me, you just showed that I'm a G League. That's it.
Yeah, he's not the only one.
I, I
Right
I
now,
know I
he's not.
know, but Joey pointed him out specifically, so he he was the first subject matter. I'll say that.
Oh, right. And I think Murgot is backstage, but whoever let people in, I think he backstage. But I will say this: Bryce McGowns is not helping himself, and he might be off the roster too. So that's what I'm saying. Like they got a whole bunch of guys that they're gonna have to put down in the G League that just don't have any value at all, and that's what's scary.
I mean, but literally, now mind you, purple. There was two people that tried to defend Michael Jordan draft picks. They both of them tried to put on their Captain Kirk capes and fly in with the Delta version of the Starship Enterprise. It was two people, remember?
Yeah, I
But
remember.
but they never proved their point. And but now this shows. especially off of what you're stating.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
so at this juncture, this is also why I stated that Charlotte need to be looking at some of the players that went undrafted, some of the players that are in the G League right now. I didn't found the Lakers three centers, and trust me, one of them, even the organization where he at with the Kings right now, the Kings fans are mad that he's not on that he didn't get the call up.
Right.
And he was the runner up to the MVP for the G League. He has footwork, he has motor. Like if a team does not call him up, that means they're not doing their due diligence at for a center. And he's on the Kings organization right now. He's an unrestricted free agent right now. Anybody and your mama can call him up right now. He's like 7'2", 7'3", motors high, footwork's good, defensive prowess is there, can score, has a left and a right hand. I mean, come on, man. It's not rocket science.
Yeah. I mean, the Charlotte Hornets are just a mess. Like, it's not even funny. Like,
So, but just like you, I follow numbers, but I also follow players, and I see will the chemistry of that player also fit with this organization. As far as if I was building, if I was building a team to go to the club with, Book Knight will be on that team. But notice that's to go to the club with. We're
mm.
talking basketball. He hasn't proven to even give him a third roster spot to me.
I mean, he's gonna be on the roster because he's so he's taking up however much salary he's getting paid for this season, which I think is about like 7 or 8 million. So he'll be on the roster along with
Oh,
so they'll be taking up roster spots just because they actually got contracts. So along with Amari Bailey.
man.
Kai
So,
Jones, I keep forgetting about Kai Jones, and I believe JT Thor is also taking up a roster spot.
but y'all need JT Thor at this point.
Yeah,
Y'all I mean, even if y'all don't like him, y'all need him as a body right now.
yeah. So
Am I wrong? If I'm wrong, just tell me I'm wrong.
I mean, I agree that he's needed.
What's good, everybody?
Hello.
What's happening with it?
Not much chilling, man. See y'all over here talking about a little book night.
Well, we started with the Lakers, and then we like exited on into the Hornets, and then Joey bought a book night, and I went over my eye test and what I've seen through his third season of summer league.
I got
I got you.
I got a question to Murdoch. If
What's up?
let's say this. Let's say major reasons like his play. I didn't really watch him in college, nor did I hear about Book Night in college like that, right?
I watched him in college.
And let's say one of the main reasons he failed is because the psychological. Because from what I heard, as far as what's going on with the Hornets, he did a little bit of it in college, and they, did what they do. They wiped it on over to where his game still new. But do you think he fell in the draft because of his little situations he's going through off the court, and that's why he fell off in the draft?
I mean, it could possibly be the case. I mean, book night, he's a bit of a hothead and has attitude adjustments. I think, the coach that he was with at UConn, what was it? I forgot his name. Hurley, he wanted a Hurley brothers. He didn't tolerate a lot of the stuff, so he was able to rectify and correct a lot of the things that Book Knight had, and they was able to sweep it under the rug. But it was overly highlighted when he got to the NBA. But Book Knight's always had attitude issues and things of that nature right there. So they could be why he might have slipped in the draft some. But but it was at the time it was great value because Book Knight showed that he had the capability of being a three-level scorer and finishing around the rim. It's just that when he got to the NBA, he had a lot of inconsistencies, whether it's ball handling. He's shown not be able to be a quality player. His handle be very suspect at times, including the fact that he's not a knockdown shooter, which you wanted him to be able to grow into that role, but he hasn't developed it yet. That's why that's why it's very difficult to project if someone's going to be a great shooter because if they they probably won't ever get it. So but that's the issue with Book Bang was his attitude, his lack of initiative to want to be a leader, to want to step up. He can't shoot right now, and his playmaking is terrible. I mean, he scored 20 points, but he had zero assists. How you play in a guard position, you don't even have assists. That's terrible, man. Now, I give him credit, he did score great. But I need an assist, man. Because we know because there's a void in that backup point guard position. And there's going to be a fight between Book Knight, Nick Smith Jr., all these other guys to try to fill that void, competing with Theo Maladon. So beat out him. They can find a way to go on the basketball court. It's just that Book Knight suffers from he can't play me, which is limit, and then he don't play defense. So that's going to limit his playing time, especially since that two guard spot is backed up right now with Bryce McGowan's. You got Cody Martin, a whole bunch of guys fitting that role. So they open up, and I think Nick Smith Jr. going to end up getting that eventually.
But see, I brought that up on draft night when Flight was happy about one dude, but then that's the dude that was coming off an injury, and I'm like, well, hold on, Charlotte drafting replacements then. If they even
Yeah,
drafted a
yeah,
player
they
that
are.
came off an injury, they drafting replacements.
Yep, yep. That was the book. So we break it down to you. The Brandon Miller pickup is the replacement for Gordon Hayward. So when Gordon Hayward moves on eventually, that's going to be his replacement. The
Right.
Booknight replacement that's going to eventually replace Terry Rozier is going to be Nick Smith Jr. I see more promise in him at being a three-level scorer and have some defensive upside that can pair alongside Lamelo, including
That's
he's
it.
shown more, ability to play make. Now his playmaking is so put it this way: is he the best playmaker? No, but his playmaker far supersedes what Booknight has.
It's average
So
right now, but it can get
yeah,
better. It's
it
average right
can get
now.
better. It can get better, but I think that's going to come in due time because you got to remember he's only 19 years old. So it's going to
Right.
come in due time as he learns to get better with his decision making. So Nick
Well,
Smith is that book that replacement.
uh
To be honest with you, and James Najee is the Kai Jones replacement because James Najee are athletic than Kai Jones. No, but he's still athletic. He has a 7'5" wingspan, and he knows his role even at an early age. Rebound, dunk it if you're under the rim. If you're not, kick the ball out and block play defense. And he has that down, whereas Ty Jones doesn't do that consistently and rebound the basketball. So when they're ready to move on from Ty Jones, James Najee gonna take that role.
okay. So at this point, wi- that's why when Joey bought a book night, and I don't know why Joey is cheerleading for book night. I don't know. Maybe it's about the salary, but they I I think they can always waive him, and the salary won't hit them.
No, it'll hit.
It'll still be a hit.
Yeah, he got guaranteed money. It's the money that he's guaranteed. So,
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
gotta get-
Well, I would have to go back over his draft class because I think Charlotte should have picked somebody else. But
I
I
said
I
Trey
mean,
Murphy.
they could have, but Book Night at the time was great value. You gotta
Yeah,
understand that at the time, Book Night was great value. It's just that he just didn't turn out the way that everyone expected him to be, So
no, I dig what you're saying, but I would have to look at that whole like draft class for me to even like picture. I don't even remember that draft class off of the top of my head, so I would definitely have
I
to
mean,
go back and
I got
watch it.
it. I mean, I could pull it up for you right now.
right.
No,
I felt they
I'm
could
I'm
have drafted Trey
I'm huh?
Murphy.
They could have drafted who?
Trey Murphy with the Pelicans, or because you know what, I felt like when I looked at Book Night, he was a guard version. Because I think Book Night got 6'5", something like that. He was quite
No,
literally,
I think he's 6'4". I think Book Knight is 6'4".
but he was the guard
Nah, he's
version.
6'5".
Of,
6'5"? Okay.
he's the guard version of what's that man's name? Bridges, where he was athletic, he can dunk, shoot the midi, can get to the free throw line,
So
but not a good 3-point shooter and stuff like
Wait,
that.
wait, 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 wait. Pause that.
Yeah.
Purple. They
What?
had him compared to Bridges.
No, I'm saying that's what I thought when I looked at him.
Oh, okay,
Who they
okay,
compare
okay.
to?
Ooh.
I don't know. Hmm.
Like currently, what I was seeing Bridges as far as his mid range shooting, the ability to get to the basket. That's what I seen in Book Night. Uh,
Okay, that's the only thing I
I
didn't
mean,
do
he's shown.
was look at that draft class. I'm gonna look
okay,
back
I
at that draft
pulled up.
class.
This
Yeah,
is
that was the
okay.
so
So
I don't mean to cut you off, but that was the same draft class as Cade Cunningham and Jalen
yeah,
Green, 2021 draft class.
Yeah,
And the
yeah,
players that went,
uh-huh.
my good. I said, and
I
the
just
players that
don't
went,
want to hold us up that because I can't call them off the top of my head. Like,
I
like
mean, I got it pulled up right here, so I can go over some of the players because Charlotte chose at number 11, so I can go over some of the players that went afterwards.
okay, give from 12 to yes say 20.
All right, so at number 12 was Joshua
so
Primo that went to the Spurs.
he's
So
out
he
the
out the
league.
league,
Yeah.
he's out the league, but he had a lot of offensive talent. The
Mm-hmm.
next guard was 13 Oregon, Chris Duarte.
He just got
Um,
traded.
he's up. He just got traded. Number 14, who I thought the Charlotte Hornets were going to get, is Moses Moody. He went to Golden
Yep.
State. Um,
Okay.
then the Washington picked up Corey Chris. Corey Chris from Gonzaga. He went to Washington. Then at number
Right, 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 right.
uh, the OKC picked up Asper that's being Sugon, but he was traded to Houston. It's that European guy, big man that plays for
The
Houston.
goon that grew to
Yeah,
6'11"
yeah,
was
yeah.
about to.
Sugon, yeah. Yeah, so and then at 17, the Memphis Grizzlies picked up Trey Murphy, but that was traded to the Pelicans. 18 was Trey Mann that went to OKC. 19 was draft 19.
It was drafted by the Knicks and traded to the what's the name? That was Kai Jones. You still there, Mer guy?
At at
Yeah.
I think he had a sound problem for a sec.
Okay.
Oh dang,
You
my bad,
said
my bad.
okay.
Okay,
So
You
okay.
said who that?
what number did you
19, 19.
about stop at?
19.
Yeah, 19.
19 was Scott Jones that Knicks but traded to Charlotte. Number 20 was Jalen Johnson that went to Atlanta.
And he fell because of the same thing Book Knight should have. Well, Book Knight fell for, minus the drinking.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but the pick,
one
but
through
the pick I wanted Charlotte to take, though one of them Charlotte to take was Moses Moody. That's what I thought they were
Me
going
too.
to take.
I'm telling you, my guy. Hey, we on the same wavelength.
okay,
Him or
okay.
yeah,
So
him or
how
Chris.
how did Moody slide by your radar? Would
He
be a
didn't.
concern of mine.
He didn't slide by. It's because Book Knight fell. Book Knight was supposed to go in the top. Well, not top five now that I'm looking at it, but top six.
Book night, Book
Yeah,
night was supposed to go. Book night was supposed to go top 10 because in that 6 to 10 range, because he was valued and looked upon as a potential 3-level scorer and a
right.
guard that showed some flashes of playmaking, but he because
Hmm.
he averaged 20, he averaged. Sophomore coming out of college, he averaged 20. He was a great downhill and mid range guy and
Yeah,
could get down here and finish at the rim very well. I think he finished over 60% at the rim. So
yeah,
he was great at doing that. It just
right.
didn't translate to the NBA. But I like Moody coming out of Arkansas
Two.
because that's what I like. That's what I feel like.
I,
Feel like see, and that's what's overlooked. A lot of people don't realize that how much shooting is valued. If you can come out and come into the league shooting, you're already a step ahead of everybody else because you can figure out everything else. It's more difficult to figure out the shooting later in your career than got it coming into it.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. And that's why I bring up Moody because at first Moody defense turned into offense. So with me seeing his game and actually Golden State kind of changed this game, which I hate, but that's what they did to benefit them. But with me even seeing that, he adjusted to them. And even though I guess you can say walk back on his abilities, but I mean, he's making his team still, even to this point, making his team still. Where we have this man, Moody has not been in the G League. This man has actually been sent to the G League.
I think Moody's been sent to the G League.
yeah, I was about to say that too.
Only in the beginning.
Kaminga both started off in the G League. They called him up like real late in the season because of
Right, right. But that's in the beginning, like in his rookie year. I'm saying Book Knight was even there last year, wasn't he? Wasn't he in the G League last year? I could have
yes,
sworn he was.
yeah, he
Yeah,
Okay,
and Moses. I mean,
right.
Moses Moody was in the G League for the
with
21-22 season and the 22-23 season.
yeah, Kaminga was too.
Because of roster, because they pushed them both for the people that they just drafted, and they wanted to get them passed so they can sign their contract. I dig it. I dig it.
I mean,
Concern wise, though, I'll say this. I I may have misspoke, but concern wise, I know Moody is still going to have a roster spot. Concern wise, Book Knight is not going to have a roster spot said and done. But because of the money is guaranteed, that's the only reason why they're not letting them go at this point. If that point makes sense.
yeah. It just, I think you got it from here on. You with, I think with Book Knight's situation, the flags was there. I think really. thinking because it made me. This situation is scary to Malik Monk, and I just feel like why put yourself through that again? Like why?
Yeah, but Monk.
I mean, he put up good stats in the G League. He gets in the main roster, man. That dude, I don't know what happened.
I, I think with Monk didn't like y'all coaches. I think that was a situation with him. With you all. I think Monk didn't like y'all coaches.
Hmm. It wasn't just that. He came out and said, I think it's when he went to the Lakers. It wasn't no excuse to do, the festivities that he got into. Same thing with Book Night. It's no excuse. You got to get your personal issues fixed. But he did come out and say, Monk did. They promised him a lot of stuff, and they never gave it to him. And it's not that he didn't put in the work. He was putting in the work, doing everything he was supposed to do. But there was just, BS around every corner he turned.
Right. Which is him not trusting the coaching staff. So then there's a problem.
It's just not the coaching because I'm willing to do this. I know Sky might not feel like Beret might not be any good, but I think he might be some good. So we're gonna get to see how good he is without being under Jordan's thumb and Cupcheck's thumb. We'll see how good he is
What are you
because
talking about? James Borrego?
hmm
Well, he got a new job
yeah, he with the Pelicans.
as far as the head coach
No, he's not. I don't know what his
No,
or the
position.
coaching staff,
he
of
not the
course.
head judge. Yeah, coaching staff.
Yeah, I was about to say because I never really agree with head coach.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I head coach, but he got another opportunity and stuff. So we'll see, how it goes and everything,
Yeah,
how good he is.
I got you. I
Right.
got you. Yeah, so yeah, he pretty. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
But it's a little bit of both. Like I think Charlotte just it makes me scratch my head. Like what is there? Like what is it really?
Well, I mean, at this point, I me personally, I think Michael was using y'all as a tax write off,
That's funny.
and that's where everything stems from. He was using y'all as a tax write off. Y'all was buying in everything that he was saying as fans. Now I'm not talking about specifically y'all two. I'm not saying specifically y'all two. I'm saying like the fan base around the
Right,
area.
right.
But the, he was because he knew he was about to get paid on the back end.
Hmm.
Charlotte hasn't been ringing since Alonzo Mourning and Grandmama. So I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah,
And
and
then go ahead,
no, I
go
was just
ahead.
gonna do what's sad is some of the fans are starting to recognize too is that the value, regardless of the trouble that Bridges got into, even with PJ, and to me PJ hasn't been consistent. But one thing they're noticing too, like the fan base is noticing is, oh, the Hornets is playing a dangerous game. Guys with talent is always gonna show their talent, but they messing with these guys' psyche and they fooling around with them. That way, when they go out to the open market, they get mid level players. Like what's going on with PJ ain't nobody but PJ's fault. But that's ridiculous that they like come on, dog. Like, how do you do that? How do you send your guy just so you can keep you that afraid you gonna keep losing guys that you
You
develop into
breaking up real bad.
Well,
they call
PJ's doing the same thing that Wood is doing it, and that's part of the overall problem, Purple.
it. But I don't think no team that Christian Woods has been on, I don't feel like that they said, well, because I was well,
You going through a blend right now,
that ain't my background. I don't know who background that is.
No, your signal was going in and out as you was talking. It's not the
What about?
background.
Am I okay now?
Yes.
No, I was just saying as far as Christian Wood, like I felt like teams for all the teams because the first team I remember seeing him on was the Pelicans, but I feel like every team he's been on since then has given him an opportunity to show his talent, and it helps that he was playing consistently. I feel like with the Hornets, it's the opposite. The one little mistake you make, to the bench you go, and any mistake after that, it's to the G League. And you know what they did with Jalen McDaniels. Yeah, he deserved to go down to the G League. But it soon when they brought him back up, it was just like, oh, you made that mistake, back to the G League you go, to make sure that if they wanted to sign a guy between 60 and 80 million, that's what they could get it for, being cheap by not going into your luxury tax, basically.
Okay, well, once again, you also do that when you're doing what? Treating it like a tax write-off.
Yeah.
Because remember, at one point with Charlotte, as soon as you averaged around 14, 16 points, y'all was acting like Detroit. Y'all was trading people. Y'all was. Y'all was. I remember y'all traded somebody that just started averaging 12 points just so y'all wouldn't have to pay him. Y'all traded him.
Hmm. Like it's sad, you know. I just was like, yo, like I ain't never seen a team do that. Like, we don't want to pay what you worth, so we gonna do all this thing, and then get frustrated when teams don't want to take our trash.
Well, I think the reason why now, right now, they're not going out and doing like big deals besides Lamelo is because it's the new ownership that's coming aboard. So you got new owners is going to come in and that's going to make all the decision once Jordan leaves. So I think, which is going to be, which is supposed to be leaving, I think by the end of this month or in August sometime. So, we'll see what they do then as far as like
I think
how they want
think
to
Jordan's done
proceed
already,
forward.
right?
Yeah, I
I
heard
I
think
that.
think
that
it's, I think it's
I thought
July
he, I
2nd
thought, I
was
thought,
his
he,
last,
Yeah, he
oh,
did
sure.
it.
I thought
and
he
he
was
got
going
off
to be,
the throne. July 7th, he got off the throne.
yeah. Yeah, so we just have to see what the new owners are gonna do. So if they're gonna pay PJ or they're
Nope.
gonna let them sign a qualifying offer, then try to figure out something during the season or next year. So we'll just have to see.
I
Really,
mean,
I won't even lie. Y'all messed over Bridges by just giving him a prove me contract.
I mean, he kind of did that to himself. So with that situation he had going on, and I don't think they just wanted to outright give him the money. So, and then
Yeah,
especially since
exactly.
it's a new, and then especially
It's
since
optics. That's
it's a
all.
new ownership, yeah, yeah. Then it's new ownership. So they have to make. I think he wanted to do it. Jordan wanted to do it on his way out. I think the new owners are going to be able to probably have to figure out settle that mark for them themselves. So that's
Yeah,
why I
then
think that him and
I think
PJ
look,
I
do
think
it.
the Miles Bridges was more optics than anything because it would be a slap in the face of women of abuse to give Miles to reward Miles Bridges for bad behavior. So I think what they did was they played the middle and say, okay, we still want you, but we got to bring you back at a low price, and then you play this out, and then we bring you back for what you actually worth.
Yeah, that's what I think they'll do. And also too, like I said too, to add on top of that, I just don't think that, of course, Jordan wanted to do that right out the gate for the new owners. Let them
I
figure
want
that out.
I wanted to too. Did he trade?
You
Um,
you're going in and out, purple.
I don't know how, but I don't.
Ah, that's you on that Obama phone. That's that them phones is obsolete.
Whatever, Dex. Anyway, any money, I mean, any money, any player that gets moved from this point on, teams have to almost match whatever money is coming in and out from both teams. So it's not going to be so easily done to trade Terry and Gordon away because the money got to be right on the dollar. Like, so that's
Oh,
not.
oh, I already told you. Y'all stuck with them. I told you
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
Yeah, Gordon staying there. Gordon, the only way I see Gordon get moved is probably during the season before the trade deadline. Other than that, Gordon staying. Gordon and Terry staying. They ain't going nowhere no time soon. So
Yep.
some fans might as well go ahead and get over it, suck it up, because two ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
I
That's
even
right.
said, as far as like Brandon Miller does, Brandon Miller's eyes rookie of the year, when they rookie of the year, that ain't gonna happen because
Right.
usually players that win rookie of the year, usually they starting, and he's
Did
not
you?
starting right
But did you see what they said about the back-to-back games? I already knew that.
now. You talking about what Wemby?
Yep. With the Antonio.
Yeah, I mean that's it. I mean that's expected. That's their pride position, because what? How much? How much Wemby weigh? Only like two what? Like two ten?
Yeah, yeah.
Probably 200 pounds. So
He really undersized. He really, really
yeah. So
undersized.
and then you got a long 82 game season. They're not going to send him out there for back to back games like that. Not right now. Not until his body starts to develop. I mean, and he went to the right team is going to do that because they have some players that came in frail and they're going to put some weight on them and develop. So,
Yep.
that my go to player, depending on how everything shakes out with the Blazers, I think Scoot will probably get rookie of the year. Scoot or
Yeah.
somebody that's going to start. But, but, but I can still see Wemby getting it. I can still see Wemby getting it. So, I know Brandon Miller's not
Wendy
going
got
to
a
get it.
nice training. So yeah, I agree with you, Murdoch. Wendy got a hell of a training, male standards. So Wendy's in good
Mm-hmm.
hands.
Yeah, man. Wendy went to. If you want to go to a developmental organization, the Spurs is where you go. That's one of the best developmental organizations there is.
I mean, at this point, I don't. I'm not betting against him and Chet at this point because OKC is also doing right by him too. So
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I forgot about Chet. So Chet, another one. So that's my three is Scoot, Chet, and Weir.
So you forgetting about what's his name?
I'm not worried about the
Arnold.
twins.
Yeah,
I'm not worried about the twins.
Nah,
The
nah.
twins are in good for their situation, but when y'all was talking about rookie of the year,
yeah.
that was why I was adding Chet,
The one
and
for
y'all was
Detroit.
looking
What's the one for
over it.
Detroit? Not a man. What's the other one? How you say his name?
Oh
That's a
shoot,
SAR. A
Azar.
SAR.
Asor.
So
Yeah, Asor.
I gotta look at a roster that I don't think Asar gonna start because you got Jaden Ivory at the one. You got Kate Cunningham that's gonna play. Well, they interchangeable. So you got Kate Cunningham at two. We don't know who the three is, but I don't think Asar's gonna play that. At least not right now. And then you got Jalen Dunn. You also got Miles
James
Bagley,
Washington.
and you got Wiseman. So I
But
don't think,
Wiseman is
and I don't think,
those are centers though. Bagley, Wiseman
but
is
but but
power center.
but I get, but Dex, you're not hearing me out. I don't think Asar going. I think he's gonna come off the bench.
Maybe to
Usually
start the
rookie,
season,
usually
but I
rookie,
don't think. Listen,
usually
Monte
rookie of the year
Williams,
is usually. You say
Murdoch.
what?
I know you're the voice of reason. I know you're the voice of reason. But right now, you're not that. Um, Monte Williams has already pegged a star his guy. That's the first draft pick Monty Williams have under the Detroit Pistons, and he
All
already
right.
labeled him. This is his guy. He's
All
already have
right.
said a
But
lot
Dex,
of celebratory things about a star.
but Dex, what you not
That can
realizing is
still that can still be his guy coming off the bench as a
But
star
you can
and
player.
get,
they
but it's
and they
okay. You can still get rookie of the year.
that's
You can
true.
Possibly,
still get,
But
but
yeah, because
that's
it's
but to
not
me,
how you start, it's how you finish. And just because you come off the bench doesn't mean you're not gonna get a lion's share of the minutes day night in and night out.
and I can that. But with me looking at it in hindsight right now, I have him in the lower end of getting it, and I have other players up there that's going to get it, especially when they're going to get more quality minutes than he will, and
That's
they're
what
going
I'm
to
just
be in
saying.
situations.
Listen, I
But hold on, but
disagree.
hold on, but hold on. Now also, this going to get meaningful minutes. They're going to have the ball in their hands more. Like a Scoot Henderson is going to have the ball in his hands. Like a Chet
Okay,
Holmgren is going to be able to go out there. He's going to be out there going to be able to do that.
yeah,
I don't think a
check,
star.
but listen,
I don't think a star is going to be able to do that right.
Murdoch. Chet, Chet is in a situation where everybody's playing for their next contract. So Chet has to be careful in that situation. But nevertheless, I
I
think he will
disagree.
excel.
That,
I disagree
nah,
with that, Dex. I
he
disagree with
he
that
don't have
because
to be
Chet isn't
perfect.
Now,
because
we're
I
talking
think
rookie of
Chet
the
is in
year,
a
though.
yeah because
He,
I think that's a different situation because I think Chet is in a perfect because he's with two pass friendly guards as well as he's also has that in that he's going to add on defense. So he adds that along with getting basically open shots where he does a slip screen or he rolls to the rim with a Shea Gilchrist who's going to attract two players automatically, or a Josh Giddey who's an excellent passer. That's going to give him at least about a good 12 to 15 points automatically. Freebies a lot of times. And then you
but
add
he
his defense on top of that. That's going to give him an opportunity to win Rookie of the Year over a Asar,
but he also
who's a
have a
guard coming off
GM.
the bench,
But
who's
I'm
a
not
guard
saying, listen,
coming off the
Murdoch,
bench.
I think you misinterpreting what I'm trying to convey. What I'm trying to convey is Asar will be in the running of rookie of the year. I'm not saying he's going to win. I haven't labeled anybody the winner as of yet because training camp has yet to begin. But what I'm saying, he is amongst those forerunners, and he's in the conversation right now, according to what he's been doing in summer league.
But
I
but Dex,
just me personally, Dex. I got
Uh-huh.
him second team all rookie team. I don't have
Okay.
him.
yes, yes.
I don't have him top five right now. I think he's
Okay.
not going to be. I think he's not going to make first team all rookie. I think he's going to be second team.
Okay. I got you. You're on the record for that. Go ahead, Gemini.
But he also has a good GM in OKC. He,
Uh huh.
he with that type of GM, he's gonna get force fed at certain times, mainly because the GM has is already looking to force feed him.
Okay. By you saying that, Gemini,
Uh huh.
by you saying that, I I'm understanding that you're predicting a trade coming out of OKC.
Oh yeah, OKC is definitely stacked and young. They stacked and young and built for the future and still have more draft picks coming. That man, do not sleep on them boys, please don't.
No,
Please don't
I'm
sleep
not
on them.
sleeping. They beat the Pelicans for crying out loud in the playing game. So I'm definitely not sleeping on OKC. And they
Yeah,
did that without shit.
yeah, please don't sleep on them. So I mean,
So,
what they're bringing to the table, and they once again, the Toronto GM, OKC GM, those are GMs I would love to see certain players at. But one, because they have the foresight of that player prior to getting them, and when they get that player, they also put together some the training or a situation for them. They do not put them in a bad situation.
Yeah, they're going to feature their draftees. But so
Yeah.
I'm just saying the way you're talking, you're expecting a trade to come out of OKC in order
Yeah.
for Chet Holmgren to be featured in that offense because a lot of players there are looking for their contracts.
Yes.
Okay, got you. I
Be,
respect that.
be, because also what they're going to do with
A
him,
quick question. A quick
they're
question,
put.
Dex. If I may, I don't mean to cut you off because Dex just said something. You just said something just now. What
Mhm.
players are looking for contracts on that team?
You got hold on. I can't really because I'm driving. I can't even go down there. But I think
Because
Lou
I think
Dort is
because
I
one of
think
them.
only the power forward. I
Lou,
think
Lou
only the
Dort,
power
Lou
forward.
Dort, Lou Dort already got this.
Okay, go through it, then, Murdoch. Go through it
Yeah,
because
I
I
because
think
can't
the
get. I
power
can't get
forward
that
is
right
the
now.
only one.
Shay's already got paid. Josh Giddey, I think he'll be up next year or
Yeah,
the
yeah.
year
We
after that.
Josh
Unless I
Giddy. No,
got
Josh Giddy. Don't worry about him because
yes,
he's a second
yeah,
year player.
yeah. He's still under his rookie deal right now.
Yeah, yeah. Don't worry
So
about
really,
Josh.
basically that, and Lou Dort already got paid this offseason. So really, basically, it's
Oh,
really
he got paid this
nobody.
offseason. He got paid this
Yeah,
offseason.
he already
Oh,
got
okay, I
paid.
didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, he already got
Okay,
paid. He already got paid.
okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I didn't know he got paid already.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. And now I don't.
yeah. He was one
Let
of
me
the
see.
first.
Uh huh.
That's it. Yeah, yeah. He was one of the first players. I think on a first second date he got paid.
Oh, okay, I missed that. I sure missed that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I don't have their roster in front of me, but I think they had a couple of more guys that was under the gun.
No, no,
But
no, no,
you
no.
have to go to the roster to verify
They
that.
nah, they're good. Nah, they're good, Dex. They're good.
So Lou Dort was the only guy under the gun.
Yep,
Okay.
they're
All
good.
right. I knew he was under the gun, but I didn't know he got his money yet. So I missed that. That
Yeah.
went over my head.
So at this point, as far as being young and set up, they are one of the teams that are young and set up. In fact, OKC next to Houston had the most money for free agency. Like
Okay.
like literally, they had the most money for free agency
And they didn't really do much, right? Did
at
they
all.
besides
At all.
sign Lou Dort? Did they get anybody in the offseason?
Not to my knowledge at this point. Not to my
Hmm,
knowledge.
okay. But I believe for I think he's going to be a dynamic two-way player because I've seen him play, and the dude got defensive IQ.
Well, no, he had to muscle up. I'm no, I'm one one thing about me
Muscle up don't have nothing to do with defensive IQ.
is right, but he would have been prone for injury if he didn't muscle up. If he would have came in that year, he
Wait, who are you talking about?
he I'm talking about Chet. Chet would have been it.
No. I'm not talking. Okay, we on the wrong page.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
So
still on
I
Fuller
have the
Thompson from Detroit.
Oh, okay.
Dex, I have the OKC depth chart as it's
Hmm.
currently constructed. They
Okay,
don't have anybody. They don't have anybody that plays the 4 or the 5 that is up for contract.
okay, cool. So
Yeah,
that
they
means Jake
already.
got a free pass.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Chet
yeah.
Okay,
Check gonna be featured anywhere. Check on the depth chart currently is starting at center.
okay, cool. So he got
Yeah,
a free
so
pass to the center.
yes,
But they also
yeah,
said
check.
early they're gonna run a double power forward situation. They're not doing like the primary center
Uh-huh.
situation. They will
Yeah,
run a double power forward
Okay,
top
yeah, to help
type.
Chet out because they'll bring because then they'll bring in Jalen Williams off the bench or they'll start him to matchup
Uh-huh.
situations. That way, Chet doesn't get bullied on the defensive end. Like if
Mhm.
he's going against a Joel Embiid, they can put a Jalen Williams on him who has a bit more physicality and more weight in his pants to be able to guard a Joel Embiid or a Jokic.
So Jalen
That's what they'll do
Williams,
that.
yeah, Jalen Williams' physiology makes more sense than Chet Holmgren.
Yes,
And
Jalen
they
Williams. Jalen Williams is 6'10", 250. Yes.
and they was talking about this before summer league, so that lets you know they already have a clear path what they
Hmm.
decided to do with him, unlike how like basically with the twins and
Right.
with with your
Brandon.
boy, yeah, like
Uh-huh. I got you.
like OKC already been talking of what they was gonna do. While everybody else was trying to figure out, OKC
Right.
already said what they was doing.
Right. Yeah, they laid their game out real smooth. They accrued all those draft picks, and then they start swapping them, for better assets. And like you say, Chet
Man,
Holmgren, because I thought New York was still kind of, in wavering. I didn't know he got paid. So by him getting paid, he got a clear path to excel. And Chet Holmgren will be one of the forerunners for Rookie of the Year, no doubt.
That was why when y'all was basing
man,
three and I told y'all four, but y'all kept saying three and I said no, y'all need to add four. Y'all never gave me the chance to tell y'all why. And that was why, because of what OKC has planned.
hey, listen, man. I'm looking at Shea Gilgeous stats right now because I'm going through the depth chart. I knew he was good last year. I didn't know he was that damn
You,
good.
Yeah,
how
he
you
was
God,
used
not
as a
know?
carry.
How could you not
man,
know?
And he was
man,
an MVP
look,
candidate
I knew he
for
was
the first half
good.
of the season.
Man, you know how many points this man averaged last year?
Like damn
Yeah,
near
about like
20 if I
32.
remember correctly.
No, about 32. Almost.
Yeah,
Oh,
he averaged
percentage, yeah.
almost 32. He averaged almost 32 points a game, bro. That's a
Yeah.
bruh.
Shane was getting down. Shit. Yeah. Remember in the first half of the season, he was in the MVP candidate. And then,
Yeah, I
OKC
remember.
started losing and all that stuff, and that killed that. But
Yeah,
yeah, Shane was getting down.
he, yeah, he still needs to prove on his 3 point shot, but I think that'll come. I think that'll still need to prove on that. That will get better over time. But yeah, that man was getting down last year. Woo!
And this is one of the reasons I thought. Remember, I was formulating a 3-team trade with Shea, Russell Westbrook, and Kyrie Irving because of what Shea was doing. And I
Man,
thought he was cool.
I would love Shea on Charlotte. God.
Yeah, but OKC wouldn't have did that to themselves. OKC wouldn't have did that not to
Well,
themselves
they
like that.
started winning. That's what happened, DJ. By them winning, they like shit. Let's go for it. Let's see where the chips fall. Now, if they wasn't winning, then Shea would have been disgruntled. He probably would want out. You know what I mean? And that would have been a perfect indicator for 3-team trade because you would have three guys that's in pestilent mode, and that's Russell Westbrook, Kyrie, and Shea Alexander, Gilchrist Alexander. So that would have been a perfect storm. But OKC started winning. Shea was just getting celebrated, and I was like, "Oh man, he's killing my dream. We're not gonna never get Kyrie if OKC keeps winning."
Oh, I don't see why you wanted Kyrie and OKC. I
No,
think
he
I
went in OKC. Russell Westbrook was going to go to OKC. Shea was going to go to Brooklyn, and Kyrie was going to the Lakers.
Oh, so in other words, you was high and drunk at the same damn time then.
Basically,
Okay, I
yeah,
get it. All right, I get it.
yeah. I was basically operating with an alien probe up my ass.
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
may say.
yeah. At the same damn time. At the same damn time. Like Future say. I got you. I got
Dex,
Yeah.
so Dex, I got Lil Durk contract. Lil Durk contract. He has a 5 year, $82.5 million contract.
Okay. Got it. Got it. The
Yeah, so
Dirk got his bread.
he already paid. He locked down for the next 45 years.
Yeah. I missed that when that was coming out in free agency as for the signing. I missed New York because I was kept saying when New York gonna get his bread, and he had already got
Matter
it.
of fact, Dex. Oh wow, matter of fact, Dex, he got his money last year
Oh, last
because
year.
they said that he walked in the yeah, he got his money last year. So
He
he
signed
been
the
paid.
extension last year. He signed the extension last year.
Oh, I
Yeah,
still didn't know
he
that.
got paid last year. I thought he got paid this year. He got paid last year. Yeah, because
No,
this
the,
is second
the
year into that
it
deal.
kicked in this year, but he signed the extension last year.
Oh, I didn't even. I
Yeah,
was unaware. I was unaware.
yeah,
I
because
thought he was going to this
he's
season.
getting paid about 15 million a year.
Gotcha.
Everybody was trying to get a lot of the deals done before that new CBA kicked in.
Yeah. So
It,
what's going on with Miller? I mean, come on. What's going on with Harden?
Harden is
Aren't they
still
still inside the wheel?
he's still in Philly.
Yeah, he's still working on the trade.
He's still in Philly.
And Daryl Murray will wait you out.
Man,
He got all the pieces in the world.
Bro. If he could wait on Ben Simmons, he could definitely wait on Harden.
Yeah.
Cause Harden don't have no leverage, regardless on what anybody say.
At all.
So Murgot, I was talking to Joey earlier. I don't know if Purple Baby's still here or not, but I was talking to Joey earlier about the audacity of Charlotte Hornets shutting down players like they like that. Okay, they shut down Brandon Miller. Okay, I can rock that because I knew they was gonna shut him down once he had a decent game. But
Mhm.
Ty Jones, Brook Knight, Nick Smith Jr., and now the latest we hear that they shut down Amari, the guy that ushered them their first win of summer league in the past 5 years. They shut
I
down
mean,
Amari,
but,
the second round pick. They
mhm.
shut him down. What is going on with Charlotte Hornets?
I,
I think they're too
I mean,
cocky right now.
I don't think they're cocky. I think that basically they just want to take a look at other guys. It's probably going to be potential pickups on the
Other
G
guys,
League.
my guy, you better stop that. Here you is the
So,
voice of
Dex,
reasoning, and you saying
Dex,
Charlotte and you're trying
Dex,
to look at other
Dex,
guys.
Dex,
He telling
Dex.
the
You're
truth.
not, you're not, you're not, you're not allowing me to finish, Dex. I'm not agreeing that. I'm not agreeing that. I'm not agreeing that they should have shut him down like a Ty Jones. I still think he needs more reps. I'm just being a voice of reason to let you know that's probably the ideas that they're thinking and looking up other guys like a James Najee, looking at more looks from him. Jones in a way, they started James Najee, and we got to see more of what he can do. With Brandon Miller out the way, they started looking at more other guys like a leaky black and all the other guys.
Mm,
So
wow,
that's all that. So that's all
my,
they're doing is
my
just
head just
giving
started hurting
other
a little
guys,
bit. Looking at other guys.
looking at other guys. Yeah, looking at other guys. It's mainly for they're looking at other guys for the G League roster, not necessarily for the main roster. That's what they're doing.
But do you need to look at other guys for the G League roster? Just like throw that stick down there and flush it down the toilet.
I mean, that's what summer league. That's what summer league is for. They'll be able to look at Book Knight, Kyle Jones, and during the preseason. Or the other guys, they probably not going to be on the main roster, but they're going to be down in the G League, which is what they're trying to look at. Like, all right, we can take this guy for the
Murdoch.
G League, etc., etc. Listen,
Murdoch.
Dex. I'm not saying I agree with it,
I
but
know, I know,
that's
but
what they're
listen,
giving.
I understand that. I respect that. But Murdoch, there's teams that
Yeah,
still playing in summer league because they qualified to extend their summer league season.
Yeah,
and they're
I
still playing
understand.
their guy. How in the hell Charlotte Hornets have the audacity to sit down anybody outside of Brandon Miller when they ain't won a game?
Bro,
That's
I don't
disrespectful to
know.
the basketball game.
I don't know. I'm not in their office to tell them basically to keep playing it. The
You
only
need to
person
knock on some
Brandon Miller,
doors.
only person I would have sat down was Brandon Miller. But that's what they did. They said, screw it, we gonna sit the other guys down, these guys down. We let other guys get some reps. That's what happened, Dex. I don't control it, man. I'm just basically looking at it from their perspective. But all right, I get their. I don't know. I don't agree with it, but I get it.
Mm. Well, like I say, you the voice of reason, and you made some reasoning out of that because I sure couldn't fathom any kind of sense
I mean, trust me, I
out of
don't
shutting
either. I
players
don't either.
down that need more reps. Like, oh, we good. Oh, we like that. Oh, we chill. Oh, we wavy. So we shutting our guys down because we wavy. We ready for the season.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not
Oh
even
my
saying
God.
I'm not even saying that they like that, but I mean, the but
No, I
see,
was
y'all
being
all
facetious, Gemini. I was not being serious. I was
no, no,
being
no.
ugly
I
and
I'm
facetious.
saying I'm literally saying when I was trying to tell y'all the pressure was more on the guards and y'all need to get off of Miller because y'all are on the wrong person. Everybody was looking at me like I didn't know what I was talking about. I'm wrong. I don't know basketball. I'm like, okay, who got a roster spot? Who fighting for a roster spot? Then all y'all did was
Man,
change the subject on me
Miller.
and then told me I got cooked. Okay. I got cooked. I'm gonna sit over here in the corner.
But you always do sit in that
Yeah,
corner. Man,
AMGJ, I was talking about Amari, but I was being facetious. Yes, indeed, that was their last game. But I'm saying that they have the nerve to shut down anybody outside of Brandon Miller is asinine. It's egregious in nature.
No, I'm not honestly disagreeing with you. And literally what you're saying is right, but from their standards, what you're saying is wrong. So at this point, you have to go with them because they're the ones that went. I guess you could say college made them so smart that they're dumb. So I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm just flabbergasted. That's all. Listen. This is really shocking to me that, like I said, they have the nerve to want to shut players down after one or two episodes of inkling of decent basketball. I'm not talking Brandon Miller. Brandon Miller's the number 2 overall pick. I
Right,
am
right,
not
right.
talking about Brandon Miller. I'm talking about the guys they shut down besides Brandon Miller. Kai Jones, Book Knight, Nick Smith Jr. And some even said they shut down Amari Bailey. If they had another game, he wouldn't be available. I mean,
Wow.
this is utterly ridiculous.
Nah, I
That's the
think
only thing I'm saying.
I think he would have. I think he would have played. He definitely needs more reps, especially with shooting. His shooting is atrocious, but I think it improve later on as he develops more. But as far as that goes,
No,
he
not.
played.
Amari
I
Bailey is Amari Bailey is the only guy. Lieutenant Amari Bailey of the Summer League led the troops to victory. None other than Big Williams
listen.
could ever do it.
I agree. Dex. I see your point, Dex. But there are a lot of things that need to work, which I agree with. But I mean,
Yeah,
I
he
think
needs
just shut
work.
him.
All of them need work. The only person that should be shut down, it was correctly shut down after his, I believe, 26-point uh,
Performance,
appearance
yeah.
performance was Brandon Miller.
Miller.
That's it. That's
Yeah.
the right thing to do. That
No,
is the
Miller
right
and
thing to do.
no, Miller and the other dude who had the good game together should have been shut down. Both of them.
Nick Smith Jr. ain't supposed to be shut down. No, he's a second round
Okay.
pick. I mean, no, he's not a second round pick. He's a late first round pick. Excuse me.
So
Yeah, he's a late first round
yeah,
pick.
late
No, he's supposed
first.
to be playing just like the other players are playing. They ain't shut down.
All right. I mean, I hear you, but all right.
I hear you, man, but you know what I mean. That's what he was probably thinking, man. The other got some reps, I guess.
Charlotte stinks. We all know Charlotte stinks. So they is not in the position to be shutting players down like they like that, like they all worldly or something. Nah, man, let these
Bruh,
kids play. Let them play.
man, at this point, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I only been following Charlotte because that's who y'all talk about. I'm by
And you're a
default,
braveheart
I'm a
for that.
Laker fan because I ain't gonna lie. We're going through their roster and looking at all the strife and everything they got going on over there. Hell, I want to trash damn near their whole roster and start over and just start over.
Yeah, they got a nerve to be acting like they amongst the elite. We shut players down. Really?
Man, uh, I know Dex. I agree, man, but you
I
know that's just
mean,
what
just
he
even
do,
thinking
man.
about it just makes your blood boil. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
really, Charlotte?
I mean, I agree, man. I agree. I just, oh, the hell's
I
yawning?
mean, you can't
That's
even
a
fathom. You can't even fathom anything to say with a good response. So you just don't say nothing because nothing can come out that's positive about what they just did.
Bruh, I'm
No
not
injury.
saying
No
nothing
injury.
with
They ain't
them.
got no injury now. They healthy. It ain't like they nicked their finger or they hit their knee or something or got a thigh contusion or something or somebody got a little back bruise. None of that. These are healthy kids in their 20s.
Dex, I'm not saying nothing until they fix that 54.5 problem. Until they fix that, I don't got nothing to say about Charlotte, bro.
And that's going to be a difficult thing to do.
I knew they
man.
had
They is
issues,
stuck with
but
that.
I didn't know they had issues.
Yeah, man. That $54 million problem is going nowhere no time soon.
So so
Yeah,
so so
that's a big headache right there.
so that's why when Sky and No Panic called themselves trying to play Captain Kirk that night, I was like, bro, y'all still not proving y'all point. Y'all still have not proven y'all point about this man draft selections. Not yet.
Nobody can defend that.
I mean, they trying because Mike was a good player, but we're not talking about Mike the player. We're talking about Mike the owner, which is two different lanes.
I'm just a firm believer that Michael Jordan can use his NBA card against the rest of the governors who don't have an NBA card. So when it comes to Mike, they consider that foul play. They consider that cheating. So Mike is in a conundrum when it comes to trying to be an active owner without using his NBA card because that NBA card is the same card that you get on the Monopoly board where it says pass go and collect $200.
Well,
They don't want him using that card.
I'm gonna tell you how I feel about it, and Murph, I want your feedback on it. I just find it interesting that you are because I do greats by position. That's what I do. I know a lot of new fans don't, but I do it by position. But he's considered to be the GOAT, but nobody wants to play for him.
That
That's wild.
we've been talking about this for the last 2 years.
He's the
It's
GOAT, but
incredible.
nobody wants to play for him at all. That's wild.
And based on that, what you just said, we've been highlighting that. Not only is he considered the GOAT, but he has perks, Gemini. This guy has perks like none other. Basketball perks, apparel perks. You follow what I'm saying? Commercial perks,
And nobody wants to play for
sponsoring
him.
perks. But nobody wants to take it. I just find that hard to believe. I really do. It doesn't make sense to me. When these players are not in the league anymore, all they talk about is their Michael Jordan stories. Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, a
Everybody
lot
has a
of them
Michael
do.
Jordan story. Everybody has a Kobe Bryant story. And when retires, everybody's going to have a LeBron story.
Well, I mean that's just like with Elgin Baylor and Dr. J. They had them stories too, but this situation is so dynamic. I don't get it.
I don't either. And I'm quite sure Murdoch will attest the same and will come in consensus with us. He doesn't get it either. But what I have speculated is what I just said, that they do not want Michael Jordan to use his NBA card. Because if Michael Jordan uses NBA card, it's a wrap. Now,
I
he don't even have a majority of his team. And I think that was by force. That wasn't by choice. Michael Jordan would have rode that shit till he died. I think it was
yeah.
forced.
Uh, what to sell off the team?
Yes, it wasn't a hostile takeover, or it was a silent takeover. They
That
let him
now
run that team
now
for how
that
many
part
years?
I
Like
now that part
like 13
I
years,
can somewhat agree
15
with you.
years.
Yeah, yeah, that part I can somewhat agree with you. Uh,
Who in the
uh
hell would want to trade it? Listen, who in the hell would want to sell a team? Right? I'm just talking business. This ain't got nothing to do with Michael Jordan. This ain't got nothing to do with being the GOAT. This ain't got nothing to do with his play style on the court. This ain't got nothing to do with black and white. But who? Just put a figure there and put him in this situation under these unique scenarios. Who in the hell will want to sell a team or anything that value has increased 2,000%?
well, I mean, he was having money problems with the Jordan brand. He wasn't bringing in like the numbers wasn't the same. That's all I'm saying. Not like like bad money problems, but the numbers wasn't the same as
Michael can
previous
flip
years.
that. Michael can flip that. That's not a problem. You
No,
would
no,
want to.
I'm only
Why?
saying I'm only stating facts. The numbers were not the same.
Okay, but
So
listen to me here. Listen to me here.
okay.
If the Jordan brand was struggling financially, Mike has so much equity in the Charlotte Hornets, he can draw out money from that and throw it over there. Mike got other investments as well. The Jordan brand and the Charlotte Hornets not the only thing that he's invested in that's lucrative.
No, no,
He could
he got
liquidate other things.
steakhouses. He I know I know about a couple of his investments. I especially know about the steakhouses though. His steakhouses are still doing well.
Yeah, but I'm saying he could liquidate in other areas instead of setting the team. That Charlotte Hornets team was his pride, and his pride and joy financially. Nothing that he had going on was making more money than the Charlotte Hornets.
I can't tell, because he treat them like a tax write-off, and I'm
I
just like,
understand what you're saying, though. I understand what you're saying. This is why Mike got so comfortable. See, they slipped the rug from up underneath Mike. I don't think he was expecting this because there was no indication in the last 5 years that he wanted to sell his team.
Not until this year.
You see what I'm saying? It came out of the blue. You got Lamelo Ball, and 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 all of your equity in the Charlotte Hornets have risen to record levels. When I'm saying record levels, not only just the Charlotte Hornets, but even in the NBA, because from the growth of 2020 pandemic era, everybody was losing money. I mean, not everybody. I won't say everybody. Most teams was losing money. I mean, even the Lakers, for crying out loud, had submitted application for PPP loan to pay off employees and vendors and what all stuff, right?
Yeah,
Even though the Lakers could afford it, they didn't have to do that. They was trying to
yeah.
do some welfare recipients. So, but other teams really needed it. I don't think Charlotte Hornets applied. You understand? You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
From my understanding, the Charlotte Michael Jordan did not apply for assistance during the pandemic, according to my understanding. He had Lamelo Ball. That was his assistance.
I I'll have to research that, but because it was what 15 NBA teams that was on that list, and I don't
Mhm.
remember who was all on. I know the Knicks was on that list, Miami was on that list, the Lakers was on that list, Chicago was on that list.
I think the Knicks and the Lakers rescinded or gave the money back. I know the
Right, right,
Lakers for
right.
sure gave the money
But
back.
but the funny thing about it was it wasn't the Lakers who actually did it. It was their tax people who put them in for it. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just saying
Right.
they was one of those 15 teams. But I remember who five of them was. I would have to go back to that article to see the other 10. It was 15 teams though. It was 15 teams. I won't lie on that number.
So like I said, from my understanding, Michael didn't he didn't submit any paperwork for that. From my understanding,
I mean, I dig it, but they still
because
gonna
he
have
had
to.
the prize of the draft. He had
Well,
LaMelo Ball. That was the prize of the draft. And the reason why I said that, even though he didn't go number one, number two, he went number three, the fanfare that came with that was astronomical.
I dig it.
Nobody in the draft came with that fanfare. So Charlotte Hornets automatically got a boost by having him in uniform.
Well, at
Then
this point,
they turn
it,
around and get D'Angelo.
at this point, they got a front court problem. So until they fix them trenches, I don't see nothing getting fixed across the board. So I'm
So, but to go back to Michael,
okay.
from that point, 2020 to 2023, I
Hmm.
think there's only about three teams that made more money in that span. And that's like the Knicks, Golden State, Los Angeles Lakers, and I think the Milwaukee Bucks. And all those teams were contending for championships, except the Charlotte Hornets. And you think Mike wanted to sell that team?
I don't think he. I I think this was a part the time frame that the NBA had originally gave him to get
Okay,
to get paid on the back end,
got you,
and this is the back end time.
got you. Time's up, right?
Yeah, like this the back end time, bro. Oh man, but I'm doing so well, Mike. Just the back end time that we talked about, bro.
Got you. I feel you on that. That sounds very logical.
So I mean, at this point. Even if he wanted to complain, he can't complain
He can't
be-
complain. He can't.
because 3 billion and you still have a percentage of the team.
See, that's right.
I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. 3 billion and you still got a good percentage of the team. Come on, man. What we talking about here?
Just ride off into the sunset, right?
Yeah, yeah. Just chill. Just chill. I mean,
Like Uncle Vern said, there's a new sheriff in town.
you got 3 billion reasons just to chill out.
Well, he's out there with Magic in the French Riviera on mega yacht. Him and Magic Johnson chilling.
Cause
You
I'm
know what I'm
telling
saying?
you,
Yacht,
he
yachts are so big, it probably could take up some people's hoods. Probably
man.
bigger than some people's hoods.
So you got 3 billion reasons to shut the up.
So that's crazy.
And the funny thing about it, his son is knocking himself out of his own trust fund.
I think his son is good. I don't think Mike is he don't
Sheesh.
approve. He doesn't
Sheesh.
approve. I don't think he's knocking him out of his trust because his son is
Man,
earning his money. No, no,
man,
listen. His son is earning his money. He's
Mike is
not just sitting up there.
petty. Mike is petty. You keep forgetting
I
that
know, I
part.
know, I know.
Mike
No,
is
no, I'm not forgetting
petty.
that part. I understand that. But you think he's that petty that he would knock his own son?
She
He said,
man, Mike,
just, just because who he's humping on.
man, Mike even see the the part he brought up on the last dance. He didn't bring up that him and Horace Grant had two fights as Chicago Bulls. Notice that he didn't bring up the fights that they had, but he brought up the one time everybody begged Horace Grant not to take it that far with the food situation. Mike Petty,
Hmm.
man. Mike Petty, man.
Yeah, telling somebody they don't deserve to eat.
Yeah, Mike Petty, man. Mike Petty, man. You 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 can go ahead and have his bag if you want to, Mike Petty, man. Telling you, man, Petty.
Now we done heard stories. We done had people that was really up close and personal with Mike. Even Coffee had some interactions. So we
Look
we done heard some stories.
look at what he did to Hodges. Look at what he did to Hodges. All right then.
Yeah, he threw him under the bus for
So
real.
so literally, you trying to tell me he wouldn't cut loose his own son, and you
Well,
expect me
I
to
don't know.
believe
I
that?
don't know Mike like that. I don't know him like that. I just hear stories of Mike. I don't know
No,
nothing
but he's
about
that
Mike.
petty. He's that petty. Okay, Dex, hold on. I'm gonna tell you something probably that you don't know. You wanna? This is the main reason why Mike is so good in Chicago because of Isaiah Thomas. With his connections within the community, stopping Mike from getting his head crushed to the white meat. So literally, and Mike literally is saying now he can't stand Isaiah Thomas now. That's how petty Mike is. But you wasn't talking all that when Isaiah was speaking up on your behalf, making sure you was all good in the hood, made sure you had protection and everything else.
I knew a gangster out of Chicago named Roosevelt. He used to tell me so many stories about Mike.
All right then. So literally, but now all of a sudden you can't stand Isaiah. But when Isaiah was speaking up for you and keeping the hood off of your neck, it was all good. See, when I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm gonna go ahead and chill out. I'm gonna go ahead and chill out. That man petty, man. That man petty, bro.
Yeah.
I'm
I
honestly
mean,
telling you that man petty.
I don't disagree. I do not disagree.
So
Shout out
at
to
this
everybody
point,
rocking with Flight Sports TV, all the night riders out there, first responders, everybody's in the military going back and forth in the barracks. Shout out to all y'all that's listening to Flight Sports TV. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of the Zubin experience. Go ahead, Jimmy.
I'm just saying he petty. I don't see it. I I could easily see him cutting his son off. While you playing, I could easily see him cutting his son off. And not telling him nothing. And not telling him nothing.
So all I know, he said he don't approve of who he's dating.
Because yeah, cause even more so, the reporter and we all know TMZ is messy as all outdoors.
Aren't they?
But but the reporter asked Mike, how you feel? Do you approve of the relationship? Mike bust out laughing and said no. And what his son did the very next day. I'm I'm considering having a baby with her right now.
Oh, you want to sleep in it, Murdoch.
No, that I mean that's what the son says. So you don't think Mike cut him off? You you don't think Mike cut him off after saying that statement?
Ah, he's gonna have a grandson.
Cause look, I know Mike already mad that she was able to get half of Scottie Pippen retirement. So I man, you don't think Mike cut his son off? All right, all right.
Oh, I
Because
know that's crazy.
she'll find a way how to finagle him out of his
Out
trust
of
fund.
here. Exactly. No doubt.
So I think Mike will find an easier way to resolve that or be, hey man, you cut out. Your brother, but put in the paperwork, your brother got to give you a allowance. So I mean, nah, man. You can believe that if you want to, Dex.
You convincing me. I tell you that much right now.
I'm, I'm, I'm just saying.
You
I'm
damn
just
sure convincing me.
see, and the only reason why I really do know these stories, just like I told you, I used to travel, and I really used to travel. I don't travel like I used to, but these players that I used to be around, oh my God, the stories that they literally tell you, and then they tell you in front the person that they talking about. They don't tell you behind their back. They tell you in front the person. And the other and the person they talking about be like, yeah, man, I did that. That was me. And bust out laughing. Like, yeah, I did that. That was me. Okay, think about it. Think about this. If you don't know nothing else about Michael Jordan, the Knicks and the Bulls had a bad rivalry, right? Bad rivalry, right? For years, right?
Yep.
Okay. Mike used to always damn near about to get into a fight with Oakley every time they play, right?
Yep,
Damn near every time they play, right?
yep. But Oakley was his teammate too. Don't
Right,
forget that.
right, right. No, I know that part, but hold on. For fans for fans of Michael Jordan that don't know, him and Oakley have been friends since day one. Since the a month after Michael got on the team, they've been best friends. Even when Oakley asked for a trade, they were still best friends. A lot of NBA fans don't know that. But that's how petty Michael is. But if you look at what they used to do on the court, you swear up and down, they was about to tear it down. And they did not be around each other off the court. But no, they was best friends. And a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people think they became friends after they retired. No, they was best friends all throughout their whole years in the NBA. They used to pull up on each other at practice and everything. But if you just a fan and watch the games, you don't know that they are best friends. So I'm sorry that's a little bit of history for people who are Jordan fans but don't know that they was best friends. No, it's not that I don't like Michael. I like him as a player. Where in that I said I don't like Michael? I'm telling history about Michael. If I'm lying on Michael, I hate Michael. If I'm telling the truth about Michael, that's just telling the truth. Where do y'all get that from? Where do y'all honestly get that from? If you tell the truth on somebody, oh, you hating on them. Where do y'all get that from? Sams, please help me out. Tell me where do you get that from? Please tell me where you get that from. Because if I really hated Michael, I would tell you all the mob stories with him with gambling. I would really tell you how the wife is the real reason why you really have the Jordan brand. If I couldn't stand him, I'm sorry, I'm a street dude. I wouldn't even talk about him. I'm giving facts about him and his choices of being a owner. That's not liking a person or individual. That is telling the truth about them. So Sims, where are you getting that from? I never once said I don't like that man. I said I do not like his choices as a owner. And I also say he got 3 billion reasons not to complain. So where did I say in there that I don't like this man? I hate when y'all do that because that's when y'all give opinions and that's not a fact. I'm sorry, Dex. I had to answer them. I'm I'm sorry. So literally at this point, ain't nowhere in there that I honestly said that I hate this man, that I don't like this man. He is petty. He even said he was petty. Have you watched The Last Dance? Have you watched The Last Dance, bro? If you watch The Last Dance, you know what I'm talking about. You say I hate someone, but that person says out their own mouth their own stories, and then when the other players and other people within that story speak up, we're all hating on him, but he's the one who bring up the topics. Doc, you tripping. Mike is petty, Kobe is petty. We both can acknowledge that. If you really follow these players, they tell you themselves they petty, dog.
So y'all really feel DJ Gemini do not like Michael Jordan based on the fact that he's a LeBron James fan? Is that what y'all trying to get at? Y'all accusing DJ Gemini of having a secret agenda.
Man, I'm gonna be honest to you. So what? He can talk basketball. Sims, I know I could talk basketball. I'm only talking basketball, and I'm talking basketball when it comes to Michael Jordan. I'm talking about the decision making as a owner. Michael Jordan, the player, has said himself out his own mouth he is petty. So how, with me saying it, I'm wrong for for restating what he already said.
Well, Gemini, you mentioned about Michael Jordan, his wife, and Jordan Brand. Could you explain that?
Okay, his wife was the reason why you actually have the actual Jordan brand, which only get points. Nike only get points off the Jordan brand now, where before they was just a subsidiary of Nike. They they're a separate entity more now. She was the one who literally drew up the contract, showed him how to do the LLC, showed him how to separate himself where he can in turn be a sponsor and not just be a player with a deal of Nike. She showed him how to become his own brand. She showed it well, she picked out the warehouse, the land for the warehouse. She was the and he didn't even have to have a office there. That was the original agreement. She said, "Let my office be there, and we're good. You will see this make you money." Okay. Mike at first did not believe in her, but when she started taking her allowance from Michael and investing in it, and she bought the land, he reimbursed her for the land because he literally seen she was going to do it with him or without him. That's how the Jordan brand blossomed into being worth $500 million. So when they divorced and she asked for the 250, that was the main reason why Jordan did not complain, did not fight her at all. He gave her the 250 because of her blood, sweat, and tears of drawing up the contracts, showing him how to how to actually be a brand. She is the reason for that. Because remember, she was the one who went to law school. Jordan didn't go to law school, but that's how that happened, Dex.
Got it. Good content.
But Sam, but Sam's. I understand what you're saying, bro. But the the stories on Michael are not just stories, B. They're actual factual situations because everybody has talked about them. The only reason why like prime example, the only reason why I know what happened to Hodges, I happened to be up there at the Taste of Chicago and happened to run into the man because I was actually up there with the Twister camp and I was chilling with them. But he happened to come up and Twister helped him, was helping him with a community um situation, and Twister was gonna perform. So they was locking down their date, and I just happened to ask him for a conversation. And I asked him why was he out of the league. And then that's when he told me the story. So even if I say that he's petty in the mob situations, just because you bring up the truth does not mean that you hate a person, bruh. You look at that man as God. I look at him as human. So I'm sorry that I look at him as a fellow human. That's why y'all kill me with that, bruh. But y'all the same people that don't look at the contracts or the salaries of these organizations to know who can be on your team or not on your team. I'm sorry, Dex. You come back in and come in with an another a different topic, Dex. Please. Cause Sam's killing me right now.
Lamont has questions for you. Please address them.
You can't you can't speak for me, Jordan. Jordan Atley to me. Bruh. Am I speaking as a Jordan athlete? No. It, am I speaking of a fan of NBA that follow the NBA hard and don't just watch highlights? Yes. So I so you saying just because I'm not looking at Jordan as a god that I hate the man? Is that what you're trying to say? Because I never said nothing about Jordan the athlete. We're talking about Jordan the owner. So help me figure this out. Jordan the owner has made bad decisions. I'm not speaking about Jordan the player, basically. Or the only connection that you can make with that is if you want to add them together is when I said that he's petty. He was a petty player, he's a petty owner. What's the problem? Or better yet, show me where I lied, Lamont. Show me where I lied on the man. If if you prove where I lied, I'll chill out. Cause we bought up the draft picks. We brought up how he could have had certain free agents. We've been talking about this for weeks. Think about it. I'm a Laker fan. I'm following my team. I know what my team need. We showed at two spots. Charlotte, Charlotte need a whole lot of fixing. And I done went up and down their roster. And before the new ownership come in, who is that on? That's on Jordan. Every owner has made bad decisions. I mean, that Jordan has. You do not have.
Yeah, every owner has made bad decision, Lamont. But the thing that we stick with Jordan is because Jordan has represented himself as one of a kind because he's the first and only minority was the minority black owner of a professional franchise. Ex- When we're
That's a
speaking
former
about
player. That's a former
no, not
player.
just a former player. Oh yeah, that's right, former player. Cause yeah, Bob Johnson. My bad. Yeah,
Yes.
um,
Yes.
as a former player. Cause I think I mentioned that already. As a former player, so that right there is so rare in itself. And then he happened to be black like us, right? But we know that Jordan has more conservative views than liberal views. He's only liberal in the women that he dates. But as far as money wise, he's very conservative. So we understand that and we don't shame him for that because he made himself who he is. And we accepted him. So before he uttered anything political, he was our guy because he was the best of the best and he happened to come from the same egg that we came from. So we championed his cause as an NBA player, and he was kicking ass on his way to the bank.
Right. I'm not. I've even justified the man got 3 billion reasons to shut the up right now. He got 3 billion reasons, and he still has a good percentage with the team. So I'm actually giving him kudos because normally when you get 3 billion, you don't have nothing. So where am I wrong? Lamont, I haven't spoke out of context because most of this is what has came out of Jordan Mount himself. Magic has said it. Isaiah Thomas has said it. I mean, come on, man. And really, if you really want to be technical, all those places that Jordan was going in Chi-Town, Isaiah had to make those security calls for him, pimp. So know what you're talking about. When he was a player, Isaiah had to make those calls to help him out. Cause who is from Chicago? But see, you don't want to point that part out. If you view him as a god, as a player, and as an owner, that's fine, Lamont. I have no qualms with that. I'm only asking you to prove where I have lied on this man. You say I hate him. I'm telling you out my own mouth, I do not hate this man. I have no hatred for this man at all. Not even 5%. Not even as a player. Because to be honest, I was rooting for Pippen and Horace Grant on the Bulls. I was not a Jordan fan. I actually wanted the twins to be on the same team. One was a bullet and one was a bull. But I wanted them both on the same doggone team. But when you use the word hate and you try to talk for me, Dex will tell you I don't even let Dex talk for me. I cut Dex off plenty of times when he talked for me. So no, don't put that word on me that I hate this man. I do not hate this man. That's all I'm saying, bruh. Don't say that I hate somebody when you assuming that. Don't assume with me. Ask me a question, I'll give you a straight answer. Cause whatever I say once, I'll say twice, and I'll stand 10 toes on it. I just said you're talking shit, but bruh, if I was talking head about this man, I would be, I would be, you know what? I would be like no panic giving false metaphors, bruh. I would be doing that right now. I'm not doing that. I'm actually
You
giving
keep saying no planet, he's
story.
going to end up coming on the screen.
I'm actually giving stories about what he has done in the past. I'm actually telling what he has also said he has done. So if you're mad at that, Lamont, I mean, be mad, pimp. I mean, I haven't lied on the dude, bro. No, Chris, Lamont said that I hate Jordan,
No,
and I
he said
never
you
said
dislike Jordan. Do you dislike him,
no,
not hate?
no, no. He put the word hate up there, bro. I
I
read
didn't see
hate.
hate. I saw dislike.
No, I read hate.
You
I
sure?
read hate. Yeah, I'm positive.
Okay,
He
I'm
said
gonna
hate.
find it right now.
He said I hate Jordan. I never said I hate the man.
Okay, I'm looking back at all of the comments. I do not see hate just yet.
He said hate. I read it. He said hate.
Oh, okay. I
He
said,
said hate. I
you're
never
just
said I
gonna
hate
have
this
to
man.
hate it, bro. Life. Oh, he's talking about life. Oh, this should go right here. We get it. You don't like Jordan. And the only other time hate has came in this conversation is when he said this. Bro, you said he was petty 100 times. We really don't care. Definitely don't care about mobsters. It's not Sims. It's Simmons. You're just gonna have to hate it, bro. Life. So what I can get out of the conversation, the only time he used hate was hate life. But he said, "We get it. You don't like Jordan." So he did say, "Don't like, not hate."
I don't like the choices as an owner. Hell, okay. Prime example: Benson family here in New Orleans. I don't like their choices. At one time, they was getting paid by the NFL to lose games, just like with the Pelicans. They took on the Pelicans, but they literally did not. And I repeat, did not handle the situation properly. We did not have a proper scout for years. We did not have a proper GM for years. So we were set up for failure. Why? Because the owners did not care. They was making wrong choices. So the same way I could talk about Jordan is the same way I could talk about the Benson family here. It's the same thing. They was making the same type moves. The only thing is, Jordan was not listening to his scouts. His scouts was telling him, do not draft this person because of X, Y, and Z. Jordan said, nah, that's my man. I'm going to go with my man. That's my pick. So, I, whatever. You're a bandwagon fan for Jordan. I get it. I get it, Lamont. It is what it is, bro.
Well, okay. I'm glad we got to the bottom of that. Lamont and DJ Gemini have seemed to be squared off, and now it officially happened. So they both have the opportunity to purge out their feelings, and now we can carry on. The Los Angeles Lakers and LeBron James. We know he switched his number. We talked about it earlier. We know that his number originally is 23. He chose 6, according to Gemini. That number has significance um,
When
with
it
his
comes to the
family.
kids,
Yeah,
yes.
with his family. So it was a significant numerology that was surrounding his decision to switch to 6. But we also know 2 times 3 equals what? 6. So it still comes full circle to 23. Nevertheless, we're going to see if now look. I have a LeBron jersey, and my LeBron jersey is number 23. I can't see myself having number 6 LeBron jersey. Just like it was difficult for me to go out and purchase a 24 number jersey. I got Kobe 8. I got the original Kobe 8 jersey,
Uh-huh.
and I wear it because I couldn't see 24. The only Kobe that came in my head was number 8. 8 Kobe. Build and destroy. That's what number 8 represents. The intertwining of life, the breaking up of the egg from a woman's uterus. That's the 8 that I know of. 24, 2 times 4 is 8. I get it. But I just was definitely rocking with Kobe 8. Kobe 24, yeah, I accepted it. But I was rocking with Kobe 8. Just like I accept number 6, LeBron. I accept him as number 6. But I'm rocking with 23. That's the money that I paid for. Uh, Almost $200 for a LeBron jersey,
Mm.
number 23.
Well, think about it also. The main reason why he was switching the number was because he got tired of the comparison. Because that was also during the height of when everybody was comparing him to Jordan. But there are things that LeBron has done that Jordan has never done, and but I don't compare them because they're two different positions, two different mindsets. So that's the reason why I never compared them. But he was getting so tired of the comparison. That was the main reason why he didn't mind changing the number. So you also got to add that into the context too.
Also, LeBron James spoke in favor of Michael Jordan number being retired across the league and felt that no one should wear that number again.
Yeah, I mean, but that was also after the conversation with the Godfather, Pat. So I mean, of course he was gonna have that stance after having the conversation with the Godfather, who he just signed with. Duh.
But I mean, listen, LeBron came in with 23. We know he idolized Michael Jordan to some degree, even though I think he said Magic was his favorite player. I know that he had several players that have influenced his game, but I don't think
Okay, Dex, you went out. I don't know what happened, but yes, he did. Magic, Magic, and Jordan are his two. Was his top two, but he did have a third one because just like Jordan had Dr. J, Baylor, and Iceman Gervin.
he also
LeBron,
had Thompson too, David Thompson.
yes. Um, so it's a similar situation, but I mean, when it comes to LeBron, it's is he wanted to retire with 6, but the situation happened with Bill. So out of respect, the whole NBA is doing this. So technically, he's not pushed out of the number because he's grandfathered into the number, but out of respect, he's respecting what the NBA is doing. So he's willing to let the number go out of respect for Bill.
Right? Yeah, I think I read an article on LeBron. in the switching of jersey, and definitely mention Bill Russell.
Yeah, because he's grandfathered in. You can't if you had six before the death, you can still wear six. But if you did not have it before the death, you cannot. It's going to be retired, so you cannot wear it.
Exactly.
Because Caruso was even about to change his number to six, and they told him, "No, can't do it. About to be, it's being retired throughout the whole league. Can't have that."
Yeah. So Jordan Clarkson, he still wears number six. I think he's the most popular guy with number six now since LeBron has given it up.
Right.
Do you know any other players that still wear number six besides Jordan Clarkson?
Well, no, the NBA is gonna push everybody to drop six. They're gonna push everybody to drop six. In fact, I wouldn't be too surprised even if they waive the fee to change to swap numbers for those players who still have the number six. I wouldn't be shocked if they waive that fee.
But it's not just the feed that's involved. You got merchandise. You got merch. So that those merch have to be bought up. You think the NBA is going to buy up those jerseys that's already been pressed out for the season?
I think they will. I think they will. Because at the end of the day, you they're really showing more respect to a man that has something that no other player would I think will ever have in this league again. 11 ring. So I think they would. You can say no. I say they will.
Well, I haven't really said they will or they won't, but I just know it's all about the bottom line. It's the money business, the entertainment is for everybody to come along for the ride.
Yeah, but think about it. Those jerseys would still they'll add value because they still have the six on it. So that jersey, even though the player has now changed their number, that jersey now has instant value to it. Think about that aspect of it too.
So basically, you saying that the number six will still be pressed on the jerseys for this season as well.
No, 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 no. I'm talking about from last season. So the last season jersey that have the number six on them, the value is going to go up. Even if that player was sad, it's going to go up because it had the number six on it prior to the number being retired. So the value of that jersey is going to go up, and that's without the player actually signing the jersey. Come on, man, think about it.
Come on, you wouldn't pay $1 for a LeBron jersey. So if LeBron win a chip this year, you still wouldn't pay $1
Bruh,
for a championship LeBron jersey.
I don't argue with people that be lying straight through their teeth, bro. Cause that that whole scenario with Out of all the players in the NBA that then played 20 years, Dex, do you realize this the only guy that has no off the court issues? Do you realize that, Dex?
Yeah,
No
thus
off the
far.
court
I
issues?
mean, we heard some controversy that was murmuring through the NBA that LeBron and Balco was in bed with each other, but there was no substantial or evidential. I mean, evidence. Excuse me. There was no substantial evidence
Right.
to link the two in any negative way. So outside of that, I don't know if any
Okay, so think about it.
person in his character.
How how many players that we can go up and down the list? Well, hell, most of them not gonna make it 20. So just cut that down to at least 15, right? Just to keep it fair, right? So how many players can we go up and down that list with 15 years and not have an off the court issue?
The only person that I can recall to not have an off-court issue
Hmm.
outside of LeBron is the Iron Man himself, Ace Green.
All right then. The 40-year version, exactly. The 40-year version.
You know, I mean, everybody has something. You know what I mean? It might not have exploded or went viral, but they had something.
No, Lamont, I didn't call you a lie, dog. I didn't call you a lie. I say I don't talk to people that be lying. That was my statement. I do not talk to people that
No,
be
no,
lying.
no, no, no. I think
I,
you called him a
I,
liar when he said he wouldn't buy a LeBron jersey after I said even if you win a championship, and he said no, and you said you're a liar. I think that's what he's talking about.
oh, I thought you said you wouldn't buy a LeBron jersey for $1.
Oh
I
no,
thought you
no, no!
said
I was
that,
reading
Dex.
the comments. No, I was reading the comments.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you was referring that to me. No, I already got a
Yeah,
LeBron jersey.
I, that's why I was calling you a lie. That's why I was calling you a lie. Because I thought you were saying you wouldn't buy one for $1. That's why I called you a
Referring
lie.
to him. Okay, so it was just a mix
But
up.
I was referring to you. I
Right,
thought
right,
you
right,
were saying you wouldn't buy one for $1. That's why I was
right.
like, you a lie.
Right. Okay, so Lamont thought you was talking to him. I thought you was talking to Lamont because I was reading his comment. Okay, so
Nah, I've
there we
been
go.
stopped talking to Lamont. I've been stopped talking to Lamont.
Okay, so we got that straight. He was talking to me, Lamont, not you. Yeah, I wouldn't buy a jersey even if he wins a championship because I already have one. So I wouldn't buy a double. I'm not gonna buy number six. Listen, I don't know if he was on the screen earlier. I said LeBron James in the number six jersey and the number six Laker jersey gives me Chucky Brown vibes. It gives me Jelani McCoy vibes. I just don't see it as a viable option for me to wear number six LeBron jersey. Like I don't see me in a number 24 Kobe Bryant jersey. So I was correlating those two together because I like the OG, you know. So when you go back and look at a throwback, I got the OG LeBron jersey as he came to the Lakers, number 23, not the LeBron who evolved to number six. 12. I got that 1201 jersey when him and Magic met at 1201 at his established palatial up in the wooded area of Brentwood. he signed that contract and was awarded number 23. That jersey I got, DJ. I don't
I
know no other
mean,
jersey.
well, I'll honestly tell you this. I had every jersey that LeBron has worn, but I had a little cousin who had a birthday, and he asked me for my collection. When he asked me for my collection, I gave it to him. And the only reason why I gave it to him, I know he gonna honor it and keep it up. And for the ones and for the two that I had in frame, he put all of them in frames. So I'm not hating on him one bit. Cause I even got the remake of his
Who
high school jersey done.
you talking about? Michael Jordan?
No, I'm talking about LeBron James.
Oh, that Saint Vincent Saint Mary.
Yeah, I told
I
you
remember when
I
LeBron James
follow
was in
this
high
dude.
school. Yeah, I remember LeBron James in high school for Saint Vincent Saint Mary. I just thought he was just going to the Fighting Irish. I said, oh, he's gonna go to Notre Dame when he leaves. I don't know what made me thought that. You know what I'm saying? But maybe because
I
his
never
jersey.
thought that he was gonna go to college, and I'm gonna tell you why. First of all, you should have caught on, especially when you seen him driving a Hummer. You should have known he wasn't
Oh,
going to
I
college.
didn't. I didn't follow him like that. You know, I was on the West Coast. I didn't follow him like that. I just followed him through ESPN because they was showing his games. And so
Okay,
when the Hummer incident came out, you could always circumvent that because you got a new car. Somebody could donate the car to you. You know what I'm saying? Or something to that nature. It don't mean that you took money under the table
no,
to make
no, no,
yourself
no, no,
ineligible.
no. You got to be able to afford the gas. That let me know right then and there you wasn't going to college. You was going directly into the pros.
No, I know what you're saying, but I'm saying if he was to choose college, I'm quite sure
Mm.
he could have got around the Hummer situation.
I think the NCAA would have had a few questions about that.
The insult. Listen, they going to assist him. Are you kidding me? Listen, we talking LeBron James. We
You
talking
talking about the
LeBron James
same
coming.
people who went after Reggie Bush too. You talking about the same people who went
Nah,
after Reggie
Reggie
Bush.
Bush wasn't LeBron James. Reggie
I,
Bush wasn't active to damn, what's the word I'm looking for?
Reggie Bush had sponsorship though. Reggie Bush had sponsors.
No,
That
I'm
that
not
was the
talking.
funny
Reggie Bush
thing.
was good. He was a Heisman. No, listen. This is what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to look for the right word to use so we both can understand. Well, I'm saying that
Okay.
Reggie Bush coming out of San Diego, going to USC, was not
Hold on.
he
Why
had
why
a
all of a
Heisman
sudden now
winner
you
at
got
the helm.
choppy? Restart that cause you started coming through choppy.
Oh, you hear me? You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I said Reggie Bush coming from San Diego
Uh
to
huh.
USC wasn't pegged as the chosen one.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. All right. All right.
When Reggie Bush got to USC, they already had a Heisman Trophy winner at the helm.
Yeah.
You see what I'm coming
Okay.
from?
Yeah.
LeBron
Yeah.
James coming out of St. Vincent St. Mary, going to college, whether he went to Texas, whether he went to Notre Dame, whether he went to
Man,
Duke,
I'm
he
still
would have
mad
been
at that.
explosive.
I'm still mad at that
'Cause,
reporter for saying that in that Sports Illustrated thing.
mhm,
I'm still mad at them just for that comment because that one sentence is what had so much pressure on this man his whole career. Yeah,
mhm, yeah.
that
So you
one
understand what I'm saying?
sentence.
That kind of fanfare, right? That kind of fanfare where that was Peter King for the Sports Illustrated.
You're choppy wherever you at.
I said, was it Peter King that wrote that article and in the headline, the chosen one?
I can't remember offhand. I don't want to lie on the person. I can't remember offhand. But whoever that was, man, I'm still mad at that person. But I will say this: he didn't surpass what they thought that he was gonna do back then.
Oh my God, I miss you. I think I'm having difficulties. Whatever you said, I didn't hear you. I heard you say he surpassed, and that was it.
I say he surpassed what they thought he was going
Oh,
to do.
expectation, yes, yes.
Yeah, he
He exceeded
surpassed it.
all expectations. Did you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
he
I heard you clear on
LeBron
that one.
James exceeded all expectations, big time. Yes.
But my whole
So
that go ahead.
no, I was saying so that is rare in itself, right? That
Right,
you were pegged to not only up uplift high school basketball and bring it and showcase it on ESPN because he was like one of the first players to do that, where ESPN followed him through his high school career. Not only that, but if he was going to go through college, they was going to ask him to uphold college. But he
right.
forgone that and went to the big boys. And you had people like Darius Miles, Larry Hughes, uh, Boozer, thinking that this guy is all hype. And he came into the NBA and turned it inside out and upside down. We know he had his failures, but his individual accolades was spectacular.
Man, I knew him and Iverson, and I'm throwing Iverson in this because I knew they was the truth when both of them skull dragged their team with no other All Star on the team to the NBA Finals. Neither one of them won. I'll
Well,
say that.
that's not
But
necessarily true. LeBron had an all star.
who was that All Star that year on the Cleveland team?
Mo Williams.
Mo Williams wasn't the All Star that year. No, he was
Yeah.
not. No, he was not. No, he was not.
In 2007?
No, he was not. No, he was not.
Well, look
No,
at
he
him.
was not.
You
He
sure?
no.
I'm
I'm
gonna take your
positive.
word. Listen, I'm gonna take your word because I know
AI,
that you are
AI,
better at this
and
argument than
him.
I am.
AI and him are the only NBA All Stars that have skull dragged their team to the NBA Finals with no other star on the team.
So McKee wasn't an all star that year either. Aaron McKee.
No, no.
So he. So you telling me Mo Williams and Aaron McKee became all star the next year
Yes,
after the finals appearance?
yes. He had no
Okay.
All Stars with him that year, bro. He had no All
Okay.
Stars with him
Gotcha.
that year.
But the next year, Mo Williams was all star,
The next year he was an All Star
and the
because
next year
they
Aaron
took
McKee
in
was an all
account
star.
right. They took in account what they did in the playoffs,
Got
which
you.
got them
I
into
got
the
you.
voting.
Okay. Okay. That's why I said you know this argument better than me because I'm quite sure you was hit with this before. So you're
Yeah,
well prepared when it comes to
yeah, they,
LeBron James and the remnant that he drugged through the Eastern Conference Finals.
yeah. Him and AI. That's why when anybody bring up him and AI, and they try to say, oh man, they
And then
was just
Macombo wasn't the
at,
All Star that year either. You said
right.
because I know that it was two All Stars playing with I like the Macombo and Aaron McKee. Now
But
I
he
don't
wasn't an All
remember
Star
what
that
year they
year.
were All Stars. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
I don't know what year they was an All Star, but they definitely were All Stars.
You're right.
And I
They
know,
were.
and I knew LeBron
Man, where are you driving at, man? You keep going out at the wrong time. say, say that part again. Say that part again, Dex.
what part did you miss?
That last part. Say that last part again.
Oh,
That last
I'm saying
sentence.
that LeBron. I said that I knew that LeBron James played with an All Star, Mo Williams, but I just didn't know what year Mo Williams was an All Star. I know it was close to that
Yeah,
championship run. I know that much, and that's how I found out
yeah,
about who Mo Williams was based on him being an All Star. So I was like, "What? He's an All
yeah.
Star?" And that would make me pay a little more attention to Mo Williams. Now, Larry Hughes
Yeah, but
was he a part of that run?
Larry was like a baby. Like you you know how they like to say a baby in the NBA at that time? A baby in the NBA at that time. So numbers wasn't there at all.
Oh,
Like
okay,
the like he had no legitimate support to be able to make it to the finals. And that was the highlight of him and AI doing that run. Like literally doing that run. That's why they highlight them so hard. Because it's like, how did you make it to the finals with that team? Like how?
right. And that was a year Kobe Bryant was up 3-1 against the Phoenix Suns and he lost that series. Suns went on to win went on to partake in the Western Conference Finals, and they lost to the Spurs, right?
Right,
And then they came back and lost to Dallas.
right.
Okay. Because they lost, the Phoenix Suns lost to the Spurs based on the bench clearing incident, if I'm not mistaken. Remember, they had a bench clearing incident, and key members of the Suns were suspended for that bench
Yep.
clearing incident. And I think
People
Steve
got
Nash
it.
and
People got
and
ejected.
yeah, and what's his name? Matrix. I think Steve Nash and Matrix bumped heads, and they both had concussions. Is that
Yeah.
is that who he bumped heads with? Matrix.
Hmm.
Yeah, I knew Tim Thomas. I used to call him the Laker killer. He used to get mad about that. And he broke my heart. I told him, I said, man, you broke my heart, man. You hit that damn 3-point shot, man, broke my heart.
Shoot, I'm not even gonna lie to you, boy. That if that boy could have stayed sober, that boy would have rocked the NBA. If that boy could have stayed sober. Ooh, that small forward Phoenix had that year before the Matrix. That literally that was supposed to be the starter. I don't know why I can't call his name right now. If he could have stayed sober,
Oh, you
that
talking about
boy,
the road runner,
yeah,
Barbosa,
boy,
Barbosa.
boy, that boy there,
Yeah, the road runner. Yeah,
oh, that boy was a dog.
I think he was from Panama, the Panamanian road runner.
That boy was a dog.
What's his name? Leon Barbosa, something like that. That dude was so freaking fast, man.
No, you talking about the guard? No, I'm talking about the
No,
small forward.
Barbosa is a forward. He got no guard.
Hold on, no, Sabalis. Sabalis?
No, Cedric
Sabalis?
Sabalas wasn't there. He was been gone.
No, no,
Cedric
no,
Sabalas
no,
wasn't even in
no.
the league.
No, I'm thinking
Barbosa,
about
the
Sabalis,
road
but
runner.
it got to be the road runner. Yeah,
Yeah, Leo Barbosa, the Panamanian road runner.
cause he was a dog, man. I miss watching him play.
Man, he
Miss
used to
watching
run up
him
and
play.
down that court like a man, like a speedster, you know.
I used to
And
have
then
to
he don't
stay
dunk, he
up.
don't dunk on you.
Yeah, I used to have to stay up late at night because I'm on Central Time to watch their games. I used to have to
Hmm.
stay up just to watch their games.
Yeah,
You-
the guard was Steve Nash, and he had a funny name, but he was a good defender. He used to give Kobe fit. Kobe was trying to get him on the Lakers. I remember Kobe was trying to get him on the Lakers.
Man, Kobe was
What
trying
is
to get so many people on the Lakers, it
what is
was
that?
ridiculous.
What was that guard name for Phoenix, man? I think Isley was with Phoenix for a little while too. After coming from Utah.
It
But
was.
what was that guard name, man? He was like a little pet. Damn, I can't think of his name. Kind of brown skin, bro.
I can't call the name offhand.
But you know what I'm talking about, though?
I know exactly what you're talking about, but I just can't see his name right now. Cause I'm sorry, I've been doing research on who the Lakers need to get as a unrestricted free agent center right now.
Hmm.
That cause that's all we missing.
Yeah, let me see somebody in the chat if they brought up his name. No, not Richard Dumas. Richard Dumas been out the league. What was that guard that played next to Steve Nash during those playoff runs under Mike D'Antoni? He was a hard nosed guard,
I can't call his name
and
right
he's a
now.
guard Kobe. Can't
I'm
help me
seeing
out
his
here.
face. I'm seeing his face, but
Kind of
I
brown skinned brother. He looked like he was from the military. That's what he looked like.
I can't call his name right now to save my life.
I used to know his name because he used to be a pest to Kobe. Kobe couldn't stand this little dude. And then Kobe tried to recruit him to be a Laker. Anyway, it'll come to my head sooner or later.
But literally at this point, I get it, but I just love everything that, that this young I say young man only because he's younger than me that he has done for the community. He built a school and have has it free for all the students, even down
Who?
to the
Who did this?
LeBron James. His
Oh,
school is
oh,
hundred
okay.
percent free. His
Yeah.
school
But
gives
Jalen Rose
scholarships and
started.
everything.
But Jalen Rose did it before LeBron, and nobody said anything.
No, because he was keeping it under wraps, and that's what I was mad with him about. Like we a lot of people didn't even know the name of his school because he wasn't making it public.
Oh, okay,
So
gotcha,
it was also hard for him to get sponsorship because the only reason why it actually started coming out was because he needed sponsorship to keep up what he was doing. When
gotcha,
everybody said if you would have told us about the school in the beginning, you wouldn't need sponsorship now.
gotcha. Yeah, yeah. The fundraising aspect of it. Yeah,
Yeah. Like like how me and you talking right now. It'll be, yeah, man, I got a school and blah 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 blah. Okay. You're not saying, hey man, come check out the school or this, that, and the third. You just saying you have a school. So so
Raja Bell. There you go. Thank you, Lamont. That's the guy, Raja Bell. I knew he had some little funny ass name.
oh, Bell, yeah, Bell.
Yeah.
Bell, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Lamont. Salute to you, bro, for the research.
But he literally LeBron literally his school from the school buses to the meals to like he even have them with a media room, dog. To like they can report the news.
Got you. Got you.
Like he's literally setting them up for the future. Like that's one of the classes that they have to do as a elective though. But I'm just saying
Uh huh.
He has them like literally with a media room.
Got you.
So I mean, if you ever get the chance to literally look at his tour at that school,
Uh
say,
huh.
bro, you you wouldn't believe he put all that thought and effort behind it like that. Like most people get a school and it's like they redo a school that's already existing. No, he
Right.
built this school from the ground up.
Right.
He didn't redo nothing.
Got you.
Cause even he didn't get no assistance from the Cleveland owner, and that was another reason why they fell out. Cause he asked them for help, I think with a permit or something like that to turn them on to the
Uh-huh.
right people to about a permit,
Yeah.
and the owner told him no, figure it out yourself.
Mm.
That so that was part of that reason why he left too. Cause the owner didn't want LeBron to actually build that school,
Mm.
but LeBron still built that school.
Wow. Dan Gilbert is a joke.
So I mean, why you think he had the announcement at the girl and boys club? That was just to raise money for them. That wasn't even like for himself.
Right.
Cause we all know he could have had that same event at his house.
Yeah.
Just had it at his house. Hey man, where you gonna play next year? Oh, I'm taking my talents to South Beach. No, he
Yeah.
did it to raise money for the girls and boys club that was about to be shut down for funding, but they raised over, if I remember correctly, they raised like $2 million for them
Oh.
just by having that one event there. Raised $2 million.
Oh. Wow.
So I mean, I love what LeBron does for the community compared to the other situation. I don't want to hear nothing about notoriety or none of that, cause if he wanted to do it, he would do it.
Wow. That's quite interesting.
When social issues hit us, this person speak up for us, the other person don't. And then when the other person give a donation, they give that tax break donation to both sides.
Yep. No doubt.
Gave it to
It's
the
no way
police.
They call that straddling the fence.
Exactly. So I don't stand with a person that does that. I may not have feelings about them, but I just can't stand with them if that's what they're gonna do.
Right.
Cause we all know what's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. We all know that.
I agree. No doubt.
And I mean, the LeBron school is still open, still going strong. It didn't even hurt during the pandemic. He made sure all the safety procedures was done at his school and everything. Like he like how most dropped off. I'm just saying, like public schools and everything dropped off. LeBron was like, nah, whatever my students need, go buy it and just send me the bill.
Right. Right.
And that's why I admire him. What he brings to the community. Because even in LA, he's doing certain things. Now, the stuff in LA, I will say he's not making that stuff as public as the stuff he's doing in Ohio. Like, he, I don't want to say like a version of Black Wall Street, but I do want to say like a version of Black Wall Street because
Uh
he bought the old shelter building that he had stayed at um wh- while he was younger. He just
huh.
bought it to redo it, and he's gonna put a business in there. But he just bought that whole building and the building next to it. He bought two of them, that building and the building next to it, and he's gonna put two of his businesses in there. But the businesses are for to help the community. Like one is gonna feed the homeless,
Uh huh.
and I don't know what the other one is. I haven't been researching what the other one is, but I know one is gonna feed the homeless.
Okay. So is he buying the shelter to make a shelter, or he's
I
making it into something else?
No, it's like he's buying it to keep it a nonprofit,
Got you.
but
Okay.
he's gonna make sure that they have community based type support there. Like the city was about to take the building back.
Uh huh.
One of the buildings they was gonna demolish. Yeah, one building they was gonna demolish and one building the city was about to take back. So he bought both of them.
So no, I mean those buildings wasn't housing anything, right? We just empty buildings.
No, 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 there wasn't housing anything at this point.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's wonderful.
So I mean, he's still doing like so much in his city. What other people are not, they don't do that. You dig what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Now think about it. He's staying in LA, but he still kept the house in Ohio.
Oh yeah, of course.
That big house in Ohio. I'm saying
Uh-huh.
he never tried to sell it. He never put it on the market. It's like nah, I'm keeping this.
Yeah, I don't blame.
But other players would have did what? Sold that sucker quick.
Yeah, I'm quite sure that means something for him. He still want to have a residence in his hometown,
Right.
so he can still have his footprint there. So I do not blame him for that.
So I mean, with everything he's doing, that's what I admire about him. That's what made me really start following him.
Oh,
Cause he was already being a part of different camps, just to be a part of them, not attending them, but just to be a part of them to help the upcoming players. Like
got you.
he was doing that with his coach in his city, and he was in high school, bruh. He didn't have to
Got
do that. That man
you.
was
Yeah.
a student. He didn't have to do that. He was a kid
Yeah.
his damn self.
Mm, yeah.
So when you really follow him or you understand about him, it's more about community and team. Is we all gonna stat pat on the court? Yeah, we do that. But I'm saying more realistically about him, he's more about team. He's not about I. So that's why I
Uh huh.
never compared him and Jordan, because that Jordan is a I. LeBron is like, nah, we was able to do this, that, and the third.
Right.
Because think about it. he wasn't known as a scorer, but all of a sudden now he's not, now what, the all-time leading scorer,
Yep, ain't that something?
but was never known totally as a scorer. Because before it got famous with Westbrook, he was the triple double person. Westbrook just put it on a rocket though. I ain't gonna lie. That boy just put it on the rocket. Like, I'm gonna get these triple doubles. I'm gonna get my Hall of Fame, and my jacket gonna be there. But I still say the Lakers need a center. The guy from Florida that we got, he'll be good at power forward. They get a center. I think they could do it. The Western Conference Finals would be one thing, but I think they could really do it and make it through. And especially they deep, 1 through 3, very deep, and can beat you with defense. Play, can play for the steal, for the cutting lanes and everything. Cause the average person that's on
So
there
what you
right
saying
now
to me?
is about
What
six
you saying?
five.
Be competitive or get over the hump.
Said what, Dex? Okay, went to say
Did you hear
something.
my question?
No, I didn't.
Oh shit.
What
Yeah,
what
yeah,
what was the question? Hello, hello, man. Put the phone by the window, man, so I can hear you.
I said when you say do it, do you mean be competitive or get over the hump?
Get old. Well, I'm talking more about pushing past the hump because we know about them. We do realize there are several sinners, real sinners that are still in the NBA. We do acknowledge that. Embiid and Joker are not the two only sinners in the NBA. So until we replace or refill our center position, AD cannot be the 4 that he wants to be. We have to play center by committee. But the only thing, Mobamba was hurt. If Mobamba would have played, I'm honestly not saying that he would have been the Joker stopper. What I'm saying is we could have beat Joker down by committee, by bodying him up. And then I think we would have had something against Denver. But once again, I'm still happy with the season that we just had. But right now, we never refilled the center position fully to have AD play the 4 rather than the 5 after that championship year of the bubble. Once we got rid of the centers, we really didn't restock the centers. We got rid of them and just told AD, guess who's our new center? You. That's all we did, if that makes sense.
Who you refer to? What the Lakers?
Yeah, I'm referring to the Lakers.
Okay. Yeah,
After
they really did
after the
put
bubble year, after the
they,
bubble year, we we got rid of the centers. We never restocked on the centers. We just told AD,
exactly.
We need
Right.
you to gain weight, and you're going to be our center.
Right.
And he bulked up, but he didn't keep
And
up
still
on his
playing.
cardio, and that was part of the problem.
Right. Yeah. Still playing like a power forward. He was playing center, but playing that power forward because he had his outside game. His scoring game was a lot going on the outside and stuff like that. In the corner and stuff like that. He didn't play like down low power and trying to break up and all that doing all that stuff. He never had no game like that anyway. He never liked playing those center spots. He never liked to play in that spot.
No, because
But yeah,
his game is more finesse. His
right,
game is
right.
more finesse.
Right, exactly, exactly. Because he had that growth spurt. I remember when he was in high school and stuff. When he coming into college, and he was, well, I guess, going to Duke or one of those schools, whatever. But they was talking about
Kentucky,
that growth. Yeah, Kentucky,
Kentucky.
right? They were talking about that growth spurt that he had. I remember when that was taking place then at that time. When he was going to McDonald's All American, all that stuff.
Yeah, because that's still when he was playing point guard, and at the right in between this growth spurt, he had switched. He had started playing small forward, but then he kept growing, and then he just went to power forward and stayed there. But
Right,
they had switched him from point guard to small forward, and once he went up there one more for at Kentucky, but once as a Laker and he gained the weight, he just didn't keep up on. He didn't add to his cardio, and that's why he got slower. Now, if you look at it, he's adding to his cardio. He's doing boxing training. He's doing sand dune training.
I
He
seen him
wasn't
doing.
doing all that before.
I agree with you because I seen him doing the boxing thing. Yeah, I seen him doing that. I saw him doing that a couple of weeks ago, maybe. Yeah, I see him doing that. You said that's all cardio, huh?
Yes, that builds up cardio
Okay. Yeah.
because he did add the weight. Now, once again, I'm not saying that he wasn't doing cardio, but when you bulk up, you have to add to your cardio in order to keep your speed up. If you do not add to your cardio, you're going to get slower. And that's the only thing that happened to him. He got slower. Because if you look at it, he was more winded.
Right. Yeah.
And other than for that, he would have been solid if he would have kept up on his cardio. But he didn't. But his metabolism was fast, so he did have to eat a heck of a lot to gain that weight.
Yeah, to put that weight on, especially in the hips. By him being thin like that in college and in high school and stuff like that, but then in the hips, especially when he got out there to what's the name to New Orleans. He just started getting big in the hips and the waist like that. That's
Right.
usually unusual for a thin person like that. But he got big in the hips like that though. Pause, but he got big in the hips.
But I mean, even at Kentucky, that's why when I had on, on a Laker panel, we we was discussing him, and they thought I was bashing him. I was like, no. I mean, I had the same problem in the army when I had to add mass. I played running back and safety and point guard. When I had to add that mass for the military, I had to up my cardio, or
Yeah,
else I would have been slower. It's the same thing. He's taller, but basketball is still it's cardio, but you have to actually do the cardio.
right.
And I know it's harder for taller players. I understand that part. But I mean, there's other workouts he could have been doing to build that cardio. But now I like what I see, especially this off season. I'm liking what I'm seeing that he's putting in the cardio.
You know, I'm gonna ask you a question, but it ain't really a strange because what I'm asking you in the bit. Okay, like when beyond okay, like with him, you really would consider him a giant. You just consider him a tall person, and that's it. Because if he was a giant, he'd be tall and big, almost as big as a house. But he just tall. You understand me? So he don't have that mass, that mass like that. Could you ever see him in reality in your own mindset? Ever see him putting on mass like even mass to a point like what we talking about right now with AD?
Yes, I do see him gaining mass within 3 years, but his metabolism is fast at this point. But he also you have to take into account the workout that he does prior to the game, and and that's after his shoot around. So he does a shoot around, then he does a workout, then he plays the game.
I agree. I agree. Because the
So
fact that he does play, he do play a lot. He put a lot in his craft. He do play a lot. So it's like his metabolism. Then you go right back to his metabolism again. He gonna burn that off.
right. So but if you watch Vic will do his shoot around. Right after his shoot around, he do a pre-game workout. Then he actually plays in the actual game.
I
So
get.
it's like that that's a lot.
I get you. See, I can imagine him getting bigger. I can see that. I can see him getting bigger because it's like okay, like even I go right back with the same thing. Even with Sean Kemp. Sean Kemp when he was young and he came up out of high school and everything, he was thin and everything else. But then when he went
Right.
to the pros, he started getting more mass. But especially in the later part of his season, his career, he started putting on too much mass. Or not mass, but what? I
Yeah,
guess
he
you call
became a
it
fat
fat.
boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's also because he was worried about how was he gonna pay for all his baby mama and the kids. So I know where that stress came from. That
I,
was stress eating at that point.
oh, that was stress. That was stress.
Yeah,
That was induced by stress.
yeah.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Cause think about it. He has 10 kids.
Yeah, I understand. I know he was going through some things. No, I know he was going through it, period. He was
Yeah,
going through it on
Shit,
and
my
off the
my
court.
my daddy had 13.
yeah.
Hey,
So
what's up, Jack? Hey. But about with Sean Kemp, understand this. He was going through it on and off the court because especially when he couldn't get that championship against Jordan, man, it was going downhill there.
right.
You
Yeah, he was
understand? His
he was
But
at his
passion,
apex. That
yeah,
that's when he was at his apex. That
yeah,
was
that was
96.
it. That was it. Right. The apex means you at your peak. That's it. You ain't going no past that. He didn't get that
but
championship. It was all downhill.
but that's why I said with Vic. Vic is going to gain mass. But the smartest thing for the Spurs to do right now would be to keep him at power forward. The same thing OKC is really going to do with Chet is keep him at basically keep him at power forward until they really firm out. And so Chet had to add. I, well, I say had to add, but I don't mean it. He added like 15 pounds of muscle mass, and that was hard for him to add on. So just think how hard it's gonna be for Vic.
What you think they're gonna have him on the protein shakes?
Yeah, that I mean, Chad had to do the same thing.
I know who is you talking about Chet Holmgren, right?
Yes,
Okay, now who is
Hmm.
Vic? Who is this Vic guy you talking about?
Victor Wembanyama.
Okay, I got you. Oh, yeah, okay, I got you. I understand what you said. I
so
apologize.
he's gonna have the same problem. So already they already know where to actually like aid him. And if you notice, Tim Duncan is there. They actually brought back David to help him with. Well, he doesn't need help with footwork, but I'm just saying they even brought back David Robinson. So he has the two big men that he need all the way around. Because remember, David was in military shape, so he was military tone. He's gonna keep Vic to military tone. He's not gonna let Vic get out of the way with it. He's just gonna keep him at military tone, if not anything else.
Right. Because remember, in NBA basketball, once the season start going, ain't no practices. It's only preparation. And
Right.
a lot of them ain't got that right. So
So
yeah, so he's preparing to get being prepared by the right people. So
and I
that's
mean
that.
that, but that's why I was saying that about Beaumont when we was talking about I mean Bobo going to possibly the Lakers or wherever. Denver didn't develop him. The Magic didn't develop him, but but he's a better power. When you put him at power forward, he's awesome. When you put him at center, he has difficulty.
They don't need
I'm
him at power forward. What could they do with him at power forward? He's not a scorer
No,
like
his
that.
game is better. No, his all around game is
His
better.
offensive,
Rebounding
We're
is
gonna get up out of here. We're gonna pull back up
think,
tomorrow.
can I say this? Think about it. His offensive game isn't that like that. His offensive game not ready like that. He's not a
Yeah,
go-to player.
all right.
we're gonna go live tomorrow, man.
All right.
It's Flight Sports TV, man. Hit the like button. Most definitely hit that subscribe button. Y'all can stay on too, Uncle Vern. You ain't got to get off. I know DJ Gemini staying on.
Yeah.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.